I told you it's not ready yet.
Honey, just show it to me. Okay, guys, welcome to the stream. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream, guys. I debated whether I should go live today because it's Super Bowl Sunday. And I don't know how many people are going to be tuning in this morning. I don't know how many people are already headed to like a barbecue or something like that. But you know what? I felt like streaming, so let's just fucking do it. I also wondered if I should wait to watch this video until like tomorrow or something when there's probably gonna be more people, but fuck it, let's just do it today. Lopsided Pixel Jaji, Major Alshem, General Martok Vichy, Swedish Hodor Sham, Devoff. Bomb City Broadcasting TK, good morning at Twitch chat. Samus, Jay, Clem, Luxie, I don't know how to say that name, Watusis, Skull, Grassroots, Hegemon, J-Mo Kin, Hesla. Good morning, guys. Disdain, Bully Pulpit, what's up? Good morning. Fu Manchu, hello. Is there gonna be a way to watch the Super Bowl? Like if I don't have cable? I do like to watch the Super Bowl. I don't have cable. It's not on YouTube or anything, is it? Can you buy like individual? Is it on Peacock? Oh, nice. Okay. I do have Peacock. He said, good old antenna. Chatterbox with 200 bits. I feel like my crash out was justified. Context. Muujin has been working with Pinky Chew behind the scenes to help shield her in the lead up to the lawsuit against Tectone, and I've been quiet about for fear. What? I have no idea what all this lore is. Cutting all ties with Tectone. I've known about everything even before the lawsuit. What is all this? I don't know what any of this is. Vichy, thanks so much for $2. Video bad. Had no substance. Absolute leftist slop. Bad. I'm not gonna lie, I did pre-watch this video. This is the one time I will tell you guys I did pre-watch the video. Edelwild with 21 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate the continued support on the stream. Before we get to the video, I do want to get to some other videos first. First of all, Hassan was on Don Lemon and was doing some flowchart shit. Let's dive into that one first. We'll check in with the news a little bit and then we'll dive in. Actually, there's another Ryan Getty video. Definitely want to check that out. We're going to hit these one at a time. All right, so first of all, here's Don Lemon and Hassan Piker was on his program. Sir Tiny Walrus, thank you so much for 10 months, buddy. Just so you know that it's pretty bad. The video is pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. The video is pretty bad. I was expecting like something, you know, like this is my stream. The regulars, the ones you guys know, I say some really embarrassing shit pretty regularly. I will oftentimes ask just objectively stupid questions like, how do eggs work? Do roosters fuck the egg? Like, how does the egg get impregnated? I will say stuff like that pretty regularly, you know? And so I thought, oh God, this could be embarrassing, you know? And then you watch the video and it's just the clips that they showed of me I was like, yeah, this sounds pretty based, right? Did you see that Cold Snap is coming back as a rotation? You know, man, I gotta tell you, I'm not feeling Arc Raiders right now, okay? And I'm not complaining because if I look at the total hours played, it's a lot. It's like 384. Let me just check the exact. No, 342 hours I have played of Arc Raiders. And so I know I'm not the average kind of player, but I just think they need more, you know, like they need to be introducing new weapons, new arc. Like I just think they need to do more. They need to like step it up a little bit, because we have like 30 days until the next expedition. I'm done with everything, and so I just don't know why I'm going to continue to play. Like, what am I doing for the next month here? I feel like my only option is to just become a complete sociopath in the game. Just a total sociopath, just shoot everyone on sight. And then, but even then, like, what am I getting? What do I care if I get for the loot? And so I just feel like they need to find a way to stretch it out a little bit more, I think. We do have Marathon coming in less than a month now, in about 3 weeks. And boy, that game looks fun. So that's going to be cool. We're going to have 2 like solid extraction shooters. That should help, I think. I think Marathon looks great. I think it looks really great. It's not about the loot, it's about the thrill of the hunt. About holding another man's life in your hands. I mean, that's what I mean where I say, like, I feel like the only thing left for me to do for the next month is just be like a total sociopath. And just murder people. Just like really, but I don't like doing that in this game, you know? All right, let's get into this video. And here we go.
Hassan, what do you say?
I mean, I think as the white guy on the panel, it's probably not my place to say this, but I have this theory of permissible racism that the broad majorities of white people who might share racialized animus might consider to be like somewhat permissible, because anti-blackness is baked into every orifice of American society. And there are a couple things that you can't touch, right? There's a couple of things that when you do it, even other racist white people will go, ooh, that's a little bit too much for me. And I feel like obviously the most, the classic example of this is perhaps best demonstrated by Lee Atwater, famous Republican strategist Lee Atwater, that said you can't say the N-word anymore after the civil rights movement. So you like find different ways of analogizing the N-word by attacking black people from the point of welfare, claiming that black people are welfare queens, things like that Ronald Reagan did. This is like, we all know that Donald Trump is racist. We all know that he is deeply invested in anti-blackness as a primary part of his politics. I mean, this is the same person that took out a full-page ad in the New York Times to demand the execution of the Central Park Five. This is a person whose family was prosecuted by the federal government for refusing to rent out.
Technically, they were sued by the federal government twice and settled both times, I think.
Their properties to black people. So we already knew this, and yet the Republicans are acting as though they're shocked now because he has finally touched on this like untouchable position where he is depicting Barack and Michelle Obama as apes is completely unacceptable. But I think it's
Issue with $2. Watching this interview with Don Lemon, it's obvious that Hassan has read theory while you, Hutch, have not. You're doing politics the wrong way. I see what you did there. That was good. Grassroots Hegemon with $10. My record is Ark Survival Evolved 15,000 hours. What? I don't think I've ever played a game that long. Yeah, I don't think I have. I mean, I guess if you combined all of the Call of Duties, then I think I would get there. But wow, that's a lot. Holy shit. Only game I've ever seen on Steam where someone played 12,000 hours and left a 1-star Steam review. Those reviews are always the funniest to me. It's like it'll be a 1-star review and then you'll look and it's like 500 hours played. And it's like, okay, well, clearly there was something about the game that you liked, right? Caramel Cold Brew with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy.
It should maybe hopefully serve as a wake-up call for a lot of Americans who are still questioning whether or not he's racist. But I think at this point we all know, like, I mean, he is. I mean, he's been calling, he ran and campaigned on saying that Haitians were eating cats and dogs, which I thought would have been a turning point or a wake-up call for many Americans to go, wait a minute, you're talking about a bunch of Black immigrants that have temporary protected status that you gave them, actually, living in Springfield, Ohio, boosting the economy of Springfield, Ohio, and you're just saying that they're eating, you're using incredibly racialized narratives about Black people in that
Jesus, can I even put this on the stream without getting TOS here?
regard. You've said Somalis are a parasitic force that must be forcibly excised from the country, even though 95% of Somalis are American citizens. So there is no anti-immigrant advocacy there. There is no ICE action that is justified at all in that circumstance. These are all very clear demonstrations of anti-Blackness that is, I think, foundational to the Republican Party's politics. And this is completely indefensible even by other racists.
What the fuck? Is this that influencer? Is this that influencer? How the fuck did she make the cut? What the fuck? What the hell?
Well, Hassan, this is also the party of even Black people who and brown people who say that, you know, there is
God,
no
Harry Sisson. Oh no, Whoopi Goldberg's in there too.
racism or systemic racism in America.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just this is a big part of the Republican strategy is to deny the very real racial wrongs that have been committed in this country on the basis of Blackness, like directly on the basis of Blackness. And the solution, of course, is also going to be on the basis of Blackness as well. And yet any kind of recognition of this historic wrong is considered to be the real racism, or what they love to say is reverse racism.
I don't know if it's, I mean, if this ends his career, because I think that even though the Republicans, and we'll play some
Donald Trump's career? No, come on, what are we doing here?
of it or show some of it, there are more than normal. They're denouncing it, but I don't know if the MAGA base even really cares about this, because, you know, I don't think if he even, I said, I told my team, what's next? The N-word, and would they even care about the N-word?
I mean, I have some family members that, as you well know, I have some family members, not just one. I have some family members that voted for Trump, and if I sent them a picture of the meme that we're all talking about here, like the specific screenshot with Barack and Michelle Obama as apes, if I showed them that, if I sent them a screenshot of that, they would be fully disgusted. So I don't know. I think, like, you know, how much is this going to drop his support? I can't tell you. Maybe nothing really in the aggregate, but I think there's a lot of people. I think there's a lot of people in the country that if they saw that particular image, they would be disgusted, because it's just so undeniably racist. Like, oftentimes there's just enough ambiguity where you can get away with saying shit, but this is just so on its face, just blatantly racist, that it's hard to explain it away or whatever.
No, they would not care.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they would.
Holy moly. Thanks so much for 5 gifted subs, Maddie. Appreciate you, buddy.
Let's be real. I think, like, in the absence of any sort of real material change that Donald Trump said he was going to bring, right? Because he ran on and won on a historic unpopularity around the economy, right? There were a lot of people who were frustrated with the way things were going. They experienced a year and a half of negative real wage growth under Joe Biden, and they never forgot about that, and they wanted to
What did he just say? Negative wage growth?
going. They experienced a year and a half of negative real wage growth under Joe Biden.
A year and a half. Okay.
And they never forgot about that, and they wanted to, I guess, that paired up with the racialized animus, wanted to vote for Donald Trump once again. And now that he's not delivering on that agenda, the only thing he can do is weaponize ICE as a Gestapo force on blue cities, punish Democratic leadership all around the country in any way, shape, or form he can, and really beef up the white nativist anti-migrant strategy, and also engage in unvarnished, vulgar white supremacist sentiment like this. So there is an expectation from the base that he does this, but it's I guess the advantage here, or the silver lining here, if you can even find one, is that that base of support is diminishing. It's like around 20%, I would say, of the diehard ultra MAGA loyalists that want this, I like to call it vice signaling from the president, because
I think I agree with those numbers. I would say like 15 to 20% of the country are what you might call enthusiastic MAGA. And then the rest of the people that voted for him are varying levels of support, but not like diehard MAGA. Grassroots of $5 does get a giggle out of me being lectured on turbo racism by a turbo anti-Semite. That's fair. That's
because
fair.
they have nothing else to look forward to. So they want groups of people to look down upon. That famous LBJ quote comes to mind, right?
Not a real quote, by the way. Oh wait, no. You might be thinking about a different quote. There's one quote that people ascribe to LBJ that there's no real ascription, like there's no real, like nobody knows where the quote came from. People say that LBJ said something like, if we pass civil rights or if we pass voting rights, then we'll have these N-words voting for us for the next century or something like that. I think that's just a made up quote, but he might be talking about something else.
Right. And that's precisely the only thing that these people are clinging on to. So I say, I mean, let go of that 20% base that is purely reactionary, and try to focus on organizing around the rest of the country with the 80%, specifically around issues that pertain to their material realities, and hopefully launch a stronger opposition against Donald Trump to the best of our ability, and continue engaging in community defense.
To that point about his supporters, Hassan, often you're a better man than I, because I often see you on these panels fighting with these people, and I can't do it. But you're connected to the folks in the manosphere, and you have people like Andrew Schultz who are now saying, "Oh, you know, this is awful," and he's trampling on the Constitution or shitting on it or whatever, or wiping his, you know what? I'm paraphrasing here, but there's a quote kind of like that. Didn't they know? And how is this playing in the manosphere today? Because I haven't had a chance to check it out.
I think there's two different angles on the manosphere side. Obviously, the expected result of Donald Trump's popularity waning has caused a lot of people who weren't like.
What is this piece go? What did he do? How did I fuck everything up? Why is everything all fucked up here? Hang on 1 second. Twitter. That. Oh, I know why I fucked it all up. Never mind. I know. Ogre Boy tweeted out fucking banger video. The video that we're gonna watch. It's like, I don't know, guys. We'll watch it together, but I was not impressed by the video. Too long, didn't read. Read a book, Hutch. Gosh, this is one of the shittiest, most stupid hit piece videos of all time. Nice. He's my boy. I love Pisco. He's my boy.
Super diehard invested in the ideological movement that he represents to pull out, because for some of them it's just clout, right? They were like, oh, Donald Trump represents clout. I get clicks. I get a lot of eyeballs. I get a lot of attention. That's good. I'm also privileged enough not to care if he wins, right? And they're reconsidering that calculation now that he's unpopular. There are also some who were, I guess, somewhat apolitical, or present themselves as apolitical, even though they're clearly not. And one of the things that I've seen, at least in the manosphere side of things, has been Donald Trump's dealings with Israel in particular.
Oh man, I was gonna make a joke like 10 minutes ago. I was like, how long until he makes it about Israel? I was thinking that maybe we should do like a channel points bet. And then I didn't say anything, and now I wish I had, because that would have been funny. It took him 7.5 minutes to get in there and make it about Israel.
That has actually caused a big fissure. For some, it has actually led to a momentum behind anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic tendencies as well. But for many others, like there were people who falsely believed in his anti-war narratives, that they thought that there were people, at least among the podcaster base, that like, oh, he would represent a change of attitude from the previous administrations and actually move in the anti-war direction. Now, I personally thought that was silly from the beginning, because I was there when Donald Trump was president for the first 4 years of his presidency, when he very clearly wasn't the anti-war president at all. And as a matter of fact, I think Joe Biden actually presented before October 7 a truer path towards being the anti-war candidate when he pulled out of Afghanistan, which was objectively a courageous thing to do, even though he was endlessly bullied for that perspective that he maintained.
Dazudanya with $2. Please tell me he gets pushback when he both sides. We'll see. We'll see.
So do I think
it's coming? It's coming.
I think that this actually is. Do I think that this is actually like a real change in attitude? No, I think it's more reflective of the base actually moving away, the independents moving away, the people that took a shot in the dark at Donald Trump, who were privileged enough to believe that Donald Trump could represent this seismic shift in establishment politics, who very quickly recognized that he is not representing this change at all. People who thought maybe if he deports enough undocumented migrants, the criminal undocumented migrants as Donald Trump presented it, which was built around a lie to begin with, but that's a whole different story, that the economy would improve. Now that the economy is not improving, they're realizing, okay, well, this is same old business as usual politics, and also more chaotic than and at least the stability to a certain degree that the Democrats offered. So they're recalculating, and I think the podcasters are responding to that.
I have to say, this is one of those rare occasions when I click on a video that has Hassan in it, and I'm like, okay, I'm like 90% in agreement with everything he said so far. Okay, that's fine. Most of this is fine. I think most of this is true.
Change in attitude from the base of support.
Let's go through this, because you mentioned Tim Scott's tweet. Tim Scott put out this tweet that we'll put back up. Tim Scott saying, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing that I've seen out of the White House. The president should remove it. That was earlier. Susan Collins responded to him by saying,
he's a bit verbose, like everything he said could have been said in like 15 seconds, saying
Tim is right. That was appalling. Okay, that was very strong, Susan Collins, whatever, a strongly worded note.
They're thugs. They're all thugs, especially Tim Scott too. Like when he says this is the most racist thing he's seen out of his White House, like, yes, there's truth to this, because it's like it leaves no room for doubt what he is doing. But like I repeatedly said, I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians were eating cats and dogs. J.D. Vance went on national television and said, sometimes you have to lie about things to get people to pay attention. Yeah. I think right now is an opportunity to organize, to utilize the anger and the resentment that a lot of people feel on the ground, and realize that if nobody else has us, we have one another's backs. And Don, you were on the ground in Minneapolis. I'm sure you saw that momentum. This is not just a base of support amongst the activists of the Democratic Party. That's one of the things that I have seen, at least in all of my protest coverage, that there is a unified front that is
here it comes
building right now, that is even expressing their discontent with the Democrats that will not do the right thing and actually hold Trump to account and gum up the works of his fascist tyranny to the best of their ability. So I think outside of the Susan Collins and the Tim Scotts expressing their discontent with Donald Trump on this moment, and then going back to voting for his agenda every step of the way, I think that this is a real opportunity for, once again, to push back against this administration with our communities and organize at the basis of the community to make sure that we are still continuing to protect our neighbors if the administration tries to come back and do the same thing that they're continuing to do in Minneapolis right now. I know I've said a lot, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing from me, but
no, we're not tired. Actually, I've been trying to get you on forever, and Jen Welch told me to give you shit about not coming on, or not having.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Right. Go on.
But the thing I was going to say is this. There's this calculation that takes place every election cycle in the midterms, only in the Democratic Party, by the way. This never happens in the Republicans, what I'm about to say, which is how do we get these racists on board? Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist. Oh, we have to become.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? What is he talking about? I'll tell you what he's talking about. I mean, I can explain his reasoning because I've seen enough clips, I've seen enough tweets, to justify the stuff that he said. This is just, of course, like a complete inversion of reality. When you look at Biden's track record, it's insane to suggest that he tried to appeal to racists with his administration. And when it comes to Kamala, the way that he justifies this claim that the Democrats say stuff like, well, how do we become more racist? When you apply that to the Kamala campaign, his claim is that her running on border security was racist. That's what he's saying. The fact that she billed herself as a former criminal prosecutor that focused on transnational criminals and gang members and like, he thinks that's racist. According to Hassan, if you mention, people that are, actual human traffickers or actual gang members or actual fentanyl traffickers or actual human traffickers, if you mention those very real people, I mean, those people do exist, then in his mind, that's Kamala playing into a racist stereotype. But that's obviously not what she's doing. Like, there's a difference between her running on better border security and Donald Trump saying they're rapists, they're murderers, and some of them I think are probably good people. Like, that is Donald Trump just being fully racist. That is Donald Trump implying that, the lion's share of people that come across our border illegally are coming in here and like raping your daughters and these kinds of things. But the idea that you can't address the border or you can't discuss the importance of border security, or that you shouldn't mention that your administration is going to go really hard on like human traffickers, like, that's insane. That's pretty fucking insane. What evidence is there, like, right now that the Democrats are running on, as he just said, like, how do we become more racist? What? Daz Vidani with $5. Also, have you seen the collective spurg out by lefties to Adam Gentelson's tweets about Kamala being seen as to the left of voters in 2024? I have seen some of that commentary, and it's just, a lot of it is just so stupid. Just a lot of it. I mean, like, it's just really obvious. We already know. We have the data. Like, we know for sure that Kamala Harris was perceived as too left wing. You're being intentionally obtuse. Capitulating to the right on racist sentiments is ceding ground. The right-wing border bill was exactly that. You're not capitulating to the right by discussing the need for better border security, especially in the face of the level of influx that occurred when Biden was president. That's not ceding racism to the right. People want a secure border. People don't want what they saw when Biden was president. That's not racist. That is not racist. Okay. I don't know how to help you with this, bro. I don't know how to help you with this one. Okay. This is not something that I think is like a winning proposition with the normies. It's perfectly fine to look at a situation where you're having like 800,000 border encounters per month. It's perfectly fine to look at that and be like, I have some concerns about that. That's way out of control. And the system that we have in place is not equipped to handle that. Seems Bad says, so you're agreeing with the Republican framing? No, I reject the framing that Donald Trump pushed, which was that most of the people coming across the border are here to commit crimes and do violence and these kinds of things. I totally reject that. The data does not support that. I think it is obviously playing into racist stereotypes. But Kamala never substantiated any of that. She never went along with that, ever. She never supported that idea. Kamala, do you understand that Kamala ran on mass amnesty? Don't you understand that? She ran on mass amnesty. She ran on creating easier pathways to citizenship for people that have been in the country illegally for years but have not committed crimes. Does that seem like someone who's playing into racist stereotypes? How does that track? How does that make sense? This is just a big disconnect, I think, with like the far left. Is that the far left? I think like a big problem is like a lot of them just don't. I just think a lot of them just don't really bother to look anything up or spend any time researching like anything, basically. Because the standard kind of line from them was that what was happening along the border when Biden was president was fine. That actually wasn't a problem. And the way that you deal with that non-problem is by telling people that immigrants commit less crime. That's what they think. I'll bet you anything. What's your name in my Twitch chat? Seems bad. Okay, seems bad. I'm going to put you to the test here, okay? I'm not going to get stun locked for too long here, but I want you to imagine that you're AOC and you're standing on the debate stage. It's the Democratic primaries, and the moderator asks you, a lot of Americans didn't like what happened along the border when Joe Biden was president. A lot of Americans felt like he waited too long to try to address the problem. What are you going to do as president to make sure that the chaos doesn't get to the point that it was when Biden was president? Go. What's your answer? I want to know. What is your border plan? What's your policy? She is going to be asked that question, just so we're clear, assuming she runs. But all of the Democratic Party candidates are going to be asked that question. So what is the leftist answer to that? I mean, I already know the answer to this question. I don't know if you're typing something out. I've asked lefties these questions, and they all say the same thing. All of them say the same thing because they heard Hassan say it, frankly. Hassan will say stuff like, you don't cede ground to the right. You need to educate people and tell them that immigrants commit less crime. And that's kind of the gist of it. He'll talk for like 2 minutes, but that's basically what he's saying. So his solution to what happened along the border when Biden was president is literally do nothing about that and just tell people that immigrants don't commit crime. Like, this is not a serious proposition. It's very silly. You're actually not ceding any kind of like racist ground to Republicans by acknowledging that the border was an issue when Biden was president. You should want a better equipped border. If you want humane conditions for people that show up along our border, you should want like a better system. I don't want people being staying in detention centers for longer than they need to. Act like sardines because we don't have enough facilities and we don't have enough staff, and I don't want that. I think that that's bad. I wouldn't want to be in one of those facilities for like a fucking week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, waiting and waiting and waiting because so many people showed up and we just don't have like the staff to get through it quickly. That seems bad to me. Seems bad says, if I'm AOC, I assume the position that we need to embrace the immigration measures that prior Republicans have supported, then compare the current law. Can you just give me specifics? That's so vague. Then compare the current law to that, to how far we've capitulated. I don't know what any of that means. I want your concrete policy platform. My question is, what should AOC say, or what should she say is her immigration policy? You're talking about comparing this this or that thing. I'm asking you what should she say that we will do, or that her administration will do? Hutch, most Americans barely understand how the border works or the immigration laws of the country. They don't know. I mean, that's probably true. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I wouldn't want to be in the detention center long. I would prefer an expedited deportation if that's the end result. So the issue is that people are showing up at the border and they're applying for asylum. And that is a process that takes a set amount of time, or not a set amount of time, but it takes some time to parse through those individuals, to vet their claims, to look into their backgrounds. Like, that requires time and staff for people to actually look through these claims and scrutinize them and then determine if they're valid or invalid. If they're invalid, then they're turned away, and that's classified as a deportation. If they're deemed valid, then they're allowed into the country until their claim is adjudicated in a court. That's what the law says. That's been the law for decades. People want a strong border, but also don't want to toss out nonviolent people that have been here a long time. This is what needs to be pushed while countering open borders, light and crime rhetoric. That is literally exactly, I'm not mad at you or anything. That is literally what Kamala ran on, by the way. Literally what Kamala ran on, by the way. She ran on humane immigration policy. She ran on a pathway to citizenship for people that have been here in the country for a while and haven't committed crimes. And she ran on strong border security, which was a political necessity after the 2 years of chaos that happened when Biden was president. There was no getting around that. Of course, she was going to run on like more secure borders. The Democrats were getting pummeled on immigration, just absolutely fucking pummeled on immigration. Anyway.
Transphobic, and only in the Democrat. But the thing I was going to say is this: there's this calculation that takes place every election cycle in the midterms, only in the Democratic Party. By the way, this never happens in the Republicans. What I'm about to say, which is, how do we get these racists on board? Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist. Oh, we have to become transphobic. Oh, we have to do this. We have to do that. No, we want those voters to come and vote for the Democrats.
I just don't even. They have to be more transphobic. Hang on. All right. Which states have passed laws establishing, expanding, or protecting trans rights? Trans people versus which states have passed laws restricting trans people's rights? Strongest protection states: broad LGBTQ plus protections, plus gender affirming care access, plus shield laws. California, New York, Massachusetts, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, Vermont, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maryland, Minnesota. Do any of those states have anything in common, you guys? Can you think of anything that those states have in common with each other, you guys? Additional states with significant protections: Illinois, Maine, Rhode Island, New Mexico, Hawaii, Delaware, New Hampshire. Is there a connective thread, do you guys think, between all these states? States restricting trans people's rights. States with the most restrictive laws: Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Idaho, Utah, Montana. Is there any Connective tissue between those states, do you think, guys? What do those states have in common? Huh. States with significant restrictions. Georgia, South Carolina, West Virginia, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Wyoming, Arizona. Where is this make-believe walk back of support for trans people among the Democratic Party? What the fuck is he talking about? I'll tell you what he's talking about. He's literally talking about Gavin Newsom on a podcast validating people's concerns about trans girls in sports. That's what this is. That's what this is. There was like a few Democrats, Pete Buttigieg, I think, maybe one or two other Democrats, that have done podcast or news media appearances where they kind of validated people's concerns specifically about trans girls in sports. And all of them said the same thing in terms of a solution. They said the state should stay out of it. They said the state should not have any say in what these athletic bodies do to regulate those sports. It is so superficial. It is so stupid to focus on a podcast appearance by Gavin Newsom and then ignore what he actually did as governor. It's so dumb. It's such like surface level analysis. Why is a passing comment about trans girls in sports, which is an issue that is like virtually non-existent, by the way? This is a virtually non-existent problem in this country. That matters more than the dozen plus like pro-trans bills that Gavin Newsom has signed into law. Could Hassan name even a single law that Newsom bill that Newsom signed into law, protecting and expanding trans people access to gender affirming care, these kinds of things? Does Hassan, for example, know that California is a sanctuary state for trans care, for transgender affirming care? If a parent lives in a red state and that red state restricts access, like gender affirming care access to their kid, they can take that kid to California. That kid will be taken care of. That's pretty significant. That's pretty fucking significant, okay? And that's not a particularly popular position, by the way. The general public, they think that gender affirming care means like sex changes for kids, okay? Public is kind of stupid on this. It's just so dumb. Like, whatever.
We get these racists on board. Oh, we have to become a little bit more racist. Oh, we have to become transphobic. Oh, we have to do this. We have to do that. No, we want those voters to come and vote for the Democratic Party or to vote for the most progressive politician that's available.
He's going to say, well, all you got to do is just give them like healthcare and then they'll stop being racist, I guess.
We want them to do that. But we don't want them to do that by conceding on these ridiculous lines. We want them to do that because we're offering something to every American unconditionally. Medicare for All is obviously a great example of this because
I fucking told you. I told you, man. I've heard it 1,000 times. I fucking told you this was
coming. At the end of the day, racists need healthcare too. Racists need.
I fucking literally called this. I did not pre-watch this, by the way.
Roof over their heads too. And if they have that roof over their heads and if they have that healthcare, maybe it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to act out on their racist desires. Or even if they don't, it doesn't matter because they voted for the non-racist option or the less racist option in that election. So my argument always is, instead of trying to bargain with them and instead of trying to concede on these... I
actually don't know if he got any pushback from these panelists because this video that Don Lemon uploaded seems to be just like a supercut of everything that Hassan said. I hope one of them pushed back. If none of them push back against this, that's a fucking problem, okay?
You know, culture war narrative.
Is Medicare for All bad? I think like banning private insurance is bad. That's just kind of dumb. it makes the bill like so much harder to pass. That alone, it adds so many hurdles, and it's just unnecessary. You can do it how basically every other country does socialized healthcare, which is you can allow for supplemental private insurance. But Medicare for All calls for banning duplicative care with insurance. So like any kind of insurance that would offer duplicative care, like care that is offered with your, state provided insurance or your state provided healthcare plan, that you would ban that. That is just not necessary. It's actually well to the left of like European countries that do nationalize healthcare. But like the idea of reducing the age of Medicare that's not a bad idea at all. I mean, I heavily fuck with that idea. It's just the whole banning private insurance thing is not necessary. Medicare for All allows for supplemental insurance. They do, but like I said, any kind of duplicative coverage is banned. So the benefit of having supplemental insurance is that, the supplemental insurance program, they might offer like better care on this or that kind of issue. And if it's covered by the state, you cannot, that would be banned. Like it's, anything you get through supplemental insurance would have to be things that exist outside of the coverage that you have, or for issues that exist outside the coverage that you have. Tizzle with the comment here. The transgender issue has always been a moot point that acts as an easy win topic for the right, when the reality is that in the US, the totality of trans athletes across the entire country is about 0.0036% of the overall population, which equates to one student per school on average in the country. I don't even think that is correct. Like I don't know if there's one trans athlete per school across the country. I think that's probably a little high, but I could be wrong there.
Offer them something to vote for the first time ever, instead of taking a defensive position and allowing the Republicans to dominate the conversation. This was a major issue in the last election cycle as well. And I really hope that this is a opportunity for restitution from the Democrats. I'm specifically talking about the Democrats and what they could do in the upcoming election, in the midterm election, and what they should be doing already. Because there is a reason for why the Democratic Party's disapproval rating is also incredibly high right now. There's a tremendous amount of discontent towards the Democrats as well. And one must ask the question, why? And I think that's because people are frustrated.
It's because the public perceives the Democratic Party to be like you, Hassan. That's why. That's why. The public thinks that the Democratic Party are a bunch of crazy fucking communists. That's why. The public mistakes us for having your politics, and you're over here giving advice. Well, if only they just had my politics and pushed my politics, then they would be more popular. If you were to, sit the American public down and force everyone to watch like an hour-long pitch from Hassan Piker, okay, here's my pitch for like socialism or whatever, he would be massively unpopular, like way less popular than Chuck Schumer. Pog with $5. You are correct, Hutch. I like my healthcare through my work because they pay 100%, but I would still like to see a secondary public option. And then Pog with $2 with no message. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Das Vidani with $2. Also base dissatisfaction. Well, yeah, that's true. But that seems miragey. I don't really know. I feel like once we get past the midterms, we're going to see like the numbers like really go up in terms of the internal numbers for the Democratic Party. There's a lot of unresolved tension right now within the Democratic Party, and everybody's fucking pointing fingers at each other and, assigning blame this or that direction. Somebody made a video essay about you. Wow, coming up in the politics world. I have a theory. There's a gamer named Hutch MF, and he is playing a lot with Burnt Peanut who's like the #1 streamer right now. And if I go to Hutch MF's channel, like right now he's streaming live. 7.2K people watching just on YouTube. That's kind of nutty. But when I go to his YouTube channel, like I think his views have gone way up because of the Arc Raiders Peanut collaborations, and I think because his name is getting more love in the algorithm, it's boosting me. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Because this one video that the guy put out, like the video that about me, it is on their second channel. And the second channel only has like 2K views. I'm sorry, 2K subscribers.
Hello, it's me.
And this video has 27,000 views 2 days ago. But then when you look at the other videos on their channel, it's like much more modest. 981 views, 1K views, 2K views, and then boom. Hutch in the limits of Hassan bad liberalism, 27K views. Look, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, you guys. I'm pretty sure Hutch MF is getting boosted in the algorithm, and then that's boosting me. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. I don't know if it works like that in terms of being in a different niche or a different kind of genre of YouTube, but I'm pretty sure that's what's happening right now. Hutch, Louisiana special election for state legislature from a Trump 2024 district went way down yesterday. No, that's true. Yeah, so that was a Democratic hold in Louisiana. That was a district that Trump won by 14 points, I think, or it says 13 points. And the overperformance that the Democrat incumbent had last night and held on to that seat was a 37-point swing. A 37% overperformance by the Democrat in the special election in Louisiana last night. And yet, when you hear dipshits like fucking Hassan and this other fucking dipshit fucking idiot kid, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I'm sorry. I got into like a Twitter exchange with this fucking dopey moron. No brigading, no brigading, no brigading. I'm not even going to show you the context. I'm just going to show you the tweet here. Conservatives will keep winning if Democrats give people no reason to vote. Like, you can just tell that this person watches Hassan and just repeats the stupid shit that he hears. I keep hearing this. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've heard Hassan say Democrats are just going to keep losing if da, 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 da. It's like, dude, did your mind turn off in November 2024? Did you just stop paying attention to politics in November of 2024? We have been fucking murdering them. Like, absolutely fucking annihilating Republicans for the last year. Just piggybacking off of the Louisiana special election last night. A 37-point overperformance in Louisiana last night. The Texas special election for the state Senate seat last weekend, another 30-plus point overperformance. They're all talking about how they're going to get murdered in the midterms, you guys. We are annihilating these people. Annihilating them. Like, the only election that people seem to consider in the Trump era is 2016 and 2024. Now, granted, those were consequential elections. So, you know, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. I'm going to repeat something I said on the stream a few days ago, which is I think we are cruising towards an absolute fucking bloodbath in November for these midterms. And I think that the Democrats are cruising towards another trifecta in 2028. I could be wrong about 2028. I don't feel as confident about that one, but I do feel confident. Which means by the time we get to 2028, and if the Democrats win another trifecta, that will have meant that the Democrats were 5 for 7 in terms of winning election cycles during the Trump era. Trump will only have 2016 and 2024, and the Democrats will have had winning election cycles in 2018, 2020, 2022, 2026, and 2028. I think that history will look back on the Trump era and regard his political movement as a bit of a paper tiger that a lot of people were very afraid of, I think for good reasons, you know, snatching people off the street and sending them to CCOT, like all of that is horrifying, but this has never been a particularly strong political movement, is my point. They have always been like a little weak, you know? She did crush that DNC speech. Seems bad. She did. Her numbers went up after that DNC speech. Look at the approval rating. Look at her polling numbers versus Trump. Right after that DNC speech, they went up 2 or 3 points. She did crush it. She did. You're mocking the idea that she had a good speech, but people like you think that it was bad for her that she said that we should have a lethal military. That's how fucking out of touch you guys are. You think it would have been better for her to get up there and say, you know what? I think we should have a less lethal military. You think that would have been like a winning message with American voters, okay? Do you guys follow my logic here? I know I feel like I'm standing on an island on this one. Because it feels like the prevailing sentiment on social media is just endless doomerism about Trump. And I get where that comes from. I really do, because he's kind of horrifying and he's genuinely probably the most corrupt president we've ever had. And he's kind of an authoritarian. There's a non-zero chance that he will try to fucking like find a way to steal the election, you know? Like, I get it. I get it. Okay? I get it. All that is valid. But if I'm right and the Democrats cruise to a bloodbath in November and another trifecta in 2028, that's 5 out of 7 winning election cycles for the Democrats versus 2 for Trump and MAGA and the Republicans in the era of Trump, 2016 to 2028. That is the era of Trump. And yet all the commentary is about how like Democrats always lose and, you know, Trump mogs them and how are they going to pull themselves up out of this one? And it just ignores, like, it just, in the context of today, if we don't even talk about like 2026 and 2028, in the era of Trump so far, Trump has had winning election cycles in 2016 and 2024. Democrats have had winning election cycles in 2018, 2020, and 2022. 3 versus 2. Now, 2 of those were the presidency for Trump, so we can boost that up a little bit in value. But this idea that Democrats, all they do is lose to Donald Trump, like, it's just not true. It's just ahistorical. You have to ignore. And I'm not even talking about special elections. Like, for special elections, Democrats have been consistently doing through the whole, you know, last 10 years. Democrats have been doing better in special elections than Republicans. I'm not even including those. I think critics are saying that if Democrats win in 2026 and 2028 and 2030, et cetera, and then don't create material change in everyone's lives, then we'll be back with the dejected voters. I mean, they're probably right about that. I don't really know how to avoid that without getting rid of the filibuster, which I don't think the Democrats are going to do. I don't think the Senate is poised to do that. It was a terrible speech, objectively. Never in any nominee speech for the Democrats has there been open saber rattling like that. Why did her numbers go up? Seems bad. Why did Kamala Harris's numbers, her polling numbers, go up after the DNC speech? How do you explain that if that was a bad speech? How the fuck do you explain that? Michael with $5. Strong military talk helps with some dad and unk swing voters. It's not a mystery. I mean, I want our military to be fucking lethal. Don't you guys? There's a difference between wanting your military to be lethal and wanting your country to do imperialism. And I don't think lefties separate the two. I don't think they separate them at all. But I want my country to have the fucking best gizmos and gadgets and the most accurate fucking rockets and the most like cutting edge missile defense systems and aircraft, and that makes me feel like generally better about things. You know, I feel like a lot safer knowing that my country is just the most dominant military force that's ever existed in the face of the planet. I want that shit. If she went up there and said, guys, we're going to tone it down a bit. When I'm president, I'm going to make our military less lethal. I listen, I could be wrong. I don't think that's a winning message for any presidential candidate. Okay. I think on the world stage, a weak, smaller, less lethal American army would be a bad thing. I agree. I'm just trying to get you guys on the white pill. I'm just trying to get you guys on the white pill, man. The time for despair, that is past, okay? That has passed. Here's a snapshot. This is the Trump presidency, okay? Let me just show you. This is the Trump presidency. This is Teflon Don, you know? This is Donald Trump. That's his presidency. 3 more years of this. 3 more years of this. Now, maybe it plateaus, but it doesn't go back up, okay? 3 more years, okay? And then if Kamala wins the nominee and it's her versus Vance, do you really think Vance is going to have an easy time beating Kamala Harris after 3 more years of this? George W. Bush is the really good example. George W. Bush spiked up to like 92% approval in this country after September 11th, and he left office with like a 25% approval. That led to not only a Democratic trifecta, but a filibuster-proof trifecta. Run someone people like for once. The people don't decide who runs. It's not about like, okay, let's run Kamala. Well, I guess, I mean, if you're talking about the primaries, the primary voters are going to decide. They're going to be the ones that decide who the nominee is. And it might be Kamala. It might be Kamala. She wouldn't be she's like, Kamala would not even be in my top 5 right now. But if it's her, she can for sure beat Vance after three more years of being saddled to the Trump administration as he's just like lighting everything on fire. My top 5 in no particular order. And I should probably lay out like my criteria, because there's a difference between my top 5 if I could snap a finger and make them president versus my top 5 in terms of who I think has the best chances of winning. I think the former is kind of irrelevant. I'm only focused on the latter. I don't know about you guys, but in 2028, in the primaries, I plan on voting on electability basically exclusively. I will pick the candidate that I think has the best chance of winning over the candidate that more aligns with my policies, with my preferred policies. And on electability, my top 5 in no particular order are Ossoff, Kelly, Shapiro, maybe Whitmer, and Bashir. Maybe Pritzker. Maybe Pritzker. I don't know a lot about Bashir, but I know he's a Democrat in Kentucky with like a fucking god tier approval rating in that state. So that makes me think, okay, well, that's a guy that can get huge numbers in a red state. That's put a lot of points into electability there. Whitmer, I mean, I'm less clear on Whitmer. If I had to replace her with someone else, I would pick I don't even know. Who are the people that they're polling for? Our 2028 Democratic candidates primary RCP. I see, like, Newsom wouldn't be on my top 5 either, guys. I'm just saying. In terms of the primary, Newsom is for sure. I mean, Newsom is arguably in the driver's seat right now, even though Kamala's numbers are a little bit higher. He's got momentum and she's kind of stagnating. And so I think like Newsom probably has the best chance of winning the primary now, but I don't think he has the best chance in the general. I would not choose him if it were up to me. I think he's got too much. That's too risky for my like. Insane you think someone from Kentucky would reach the majority of people. No, hang on. It's not about the fact that it's Kentucky. It's about the fact that you have a Democrat in a deep red state who has insanely high approval numbers. That is a lot of value. I'm not looking for the candidate that stirs up the base the best. That's Newsom. That's Newsom right now for sure. I'm not looking for that. I don't think that translates necessarily to a strong general candidate. I am looking for someone who has the most crossover appeal. I don't want just another bare majority. I want to work towards another 60-seat majority. That's what I want. Pritzker, I don't know enough about Pritzker. Grassroots with $20. As the conservative warhawk, yes, I want that, and you can tax me 6 ways to Super Bowl Sunday to have it. I want America to be the 800-pound gorilla in the board meeting. I want America to continue to be the world superpower personally. I know I'm a little bit biased, but I think it's actually like not horrible for the world. Though that seems to be changing. Apparently Donald Trump does not want us to be the world superpower. All right, let's finish up this video and we'll get to, I mean, hang on, just going back, like this guy here, man, this is a dark horse, bro. Ossoff is a fucking dark horse right now. Because no one's really talking about him in the context of 2028. And I think there's a very decent chance that this guy decides he's going to run. And boy, does he have the whole fucking package. My goodness.
DOJ, don't
like listen to this guy speak. Listen to just like, first of all, number one, easily one of the most fuckable American politicians in the last 50 years. I mean, my God. First of all, is he 6'8"? I don't think so. Is he? Just wildly handsome. This guy is wildly handsome and he is super charismatic. if you look at the clips of him in the subcommittee hearings, he's really good in those kinds of settings. And I think he is headed towards a fairly comfortable re-election in Georgia. So that's a lot of value. We lost Georgia in 2024. That's a lot of value. If he can eke out, or if he can pull off a convincing win he's going to have to defend his seat in Georgia in November. And if he wins that race by 5 to 10 points, that immediately makes him a very strong 2028 contender. But then just like listen to him speak. Like he's very, very charismatic.
And political allies straight to the front of the line. And then, of course, the president and his family's net worth has increased by billions since he took office. The president and his sons have been very busy taking money from foreign governments and foreign interests. Like there's Sheikh Tanoon, national security advisor in the United Arab Emirates, who deposited $2 billion.
Let's get that a little bit here. Hold on.
Country's spy chief comes to Fulton County, Georgia, to oversee the seizure of ballots. Your ballots. Tulsi said the president asked her to go, which means the president is personally managing federal raids on election sites in battleground states.
He mentioned he compared Donald Trump to the
Republicans
fucking.
have just one vote to spare with their razor-thin majority in the House. But one Republican has drawn more ire for President Trump than any other. This was Friday at the National.
Okay. All right. He mentioned the Klan in this speech, you guys. I think he does really well with black voters, which is super important, like really fucking important. Klan. He mentioned he basically called Donald Trump a fucking Klansman, you guys.
The president posting about the Obamas like a Klansman at 1 a.m.
Ooh, goddamn.
You see our government transformed into a tool of one man.
This guy's a cheat code. This guy is a cheat code, okay? That's potential dark horse situation with him, all right? Potential dark horse situation with him. I would not be shocked if he becomes the nominee in 2028.
Frustrated with their inability to address the things that Donald Trump is saying and doing, and mount a serious defense against everything that Trump is doing, which sometimes means playing hardball, which sometimes means continuing the government shutdown, for example, when the momentum is in your way, when the momentum is on your side. It sometimes means playing hardball and not conceding to some of the demands that the Trump administration will say yes to, like with respect to ICE, instead of immediately launching an opposition towards the base of support that's saying abolish ICE, instead of turning around and saying, no, we're not going to do that. The moderate position here is to reform ICE, to say, you know what, we should abolish ICE. That we should go back to the previous standard that we had when the Department of Homeland Security did not exist. It's a 23-year-old institution in this country. We act as though it was around since the beginning of time, but you know, immigration at the end of the day is simply a paperwork violation, and it should not have this incredibly militant response that
what?
the beginning of time, but you know, immigration at the end of the day is simply a paperwork violation. And
what? What does that mean? Did he mean illegal immigration? I mean, in either context, I don't know what that means. Legal immigration is just a paperwork violation, or illegal immigration is just a paperwork violation? Is that right? Okay.
And it should not have this incredibly militant response that you can go back to the INS and Border Patrol and Customs being three separate agencies rather than...
Duke with 2 Canadian as a fellow vapist. You should switch off the pods because of lead. Are they bad? Are the pods really bad? Is there new information coming out about that? What do you got here, Smodge? What is this? A March 2025 internal email from the Epstein files show Kash Patel's FBI discussing clear and specific guidance to redact pictures involving victims, unknown unidentified females and males, and former U.S. President, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. Nice.
Under this like mass state surveillance app.
Like running on abolishing ICE in terms of like a national platform is a bit risky. You guys know me. I do consider the risks. It's a bit risky. I mean, it's true that the public favor has swung slightly in favor of abolishing ICE, like 53, 54% or something like that. But there's no reason to be confident that that trend is going to hold for like a year. Like, I think it's probably more likely that in a year it will have flipped back to underneath that once we get further away from like the Alex Preddy shooting. So you wouldn't want to like recraft an entire platform to run on abolishing ICE, and then what happens if like 3 months later support for abolishing ICE is back down to like 40%? But that seems a bit risky. You can run on that if you're running on in specific like districts or states, and if it's like a really blue seat, then there's a lot less risk there. But running on abolishing ICE as like the Democratic Party platform, that's like a pretty risky. And really what we're talking about when we say abolish ICE, we are kind of talking about farming, not farming, Jesus Christ, I just read something in chat. We are talking about reform, right? At the end of the day, no matter what, this is about reform. Because if you abolish ICE, you're just going to replace it with some other kind of mechanism of enforcement. And if you reform ICE, then you're kind of reaching the same solution to the current problem. Like, I would be on board with basically firing everybody in the agency and restaffing the agency, but that's going to be something that takes time. You can't, I mean, like, it's going to take a little bit to train people. And so what do? Okay, like, okay, boom, I've abolished ICE. Okay, but now we've also implemented more rigorous training standards for ICE. And so maybe now it takes 6 months to train ICE or 9 months to train ICE. So we just don't have a enforcement mechanism for like the next like 9 months here. Like, that's obviously not going to work. We got you getting glazed in Hutch poll. Okay.
Pisco is so good at the tricky, horrible analogies. But I will say, I think I've glazed this guy. I've glazed this guy way too much. Okay, Hutch has done an exceptional. I don't know if he's on some shit or if it was. Did he finally go bald like a year or two ago? Whatever he did, he's fucking, his brain fucking activated. The neurons started firing. He's just very, very good on the fly at catching a lot of Pisco tricks that I don't even know if I could catch on the fly. But this is another one that Pisco just did.
We need more Joe Manchins.
Joe Manchin, the senator, at the time that I talk about him, was probably the most valuable Democrat that we had in the entire Senate.
Yeah, but you want more of
Joe Manchin's attitude in 2024. When I say I want more Joe Manchins, I mean I want more Democrats that can win in ruby red districts and states. That's what.
He's a god! He's a god! This guy's a god! Yes, correct. Yeah, he's got it. That's correct. Yep, that's right.
I mean,
you're willing to work
just to clarify,
who are not part of your coalition and even elect them.
And notice how
I'd forgotten about this, but he's right.
Notice how Hutch gave the correct clarification, and then Pisco this is what I mean when I say Pisco's bad faith. So when I say bad faith, I'm still being nice enough that I'll say maybe he's just
he's getting demolished by this Hornet. Jesus.
Eight-brained on it, but like Hutch gave the appropriate clarification to demonstrate the absurdity of the generalized statement that Pisco made. And then what does Pisco do once Hutch clarifies? Pisco goes right back to the overly generalized statement.
listen, I'll take the glazing from DGG. I'll take it. I'll take it. There's a part of me, I have to say, there's a part of me that that in the back of my mind, there's a little part of me that pipes up and says, I've been saying this shit for fucking years. I'm just saying, I have been the guy, like one of the guys, you know, obviously, Destiny was how do I want to say this? The hip and trendy thing to do on social media, if you're going to engage in politics, is to do kind of slopulism, either right-wing or left-wing anti-establishment slopulism has become the super like hip and trendy thing. And I was like kind of starting to do that in 2016. Like I remember I tweeted out, if Bernie Sanders doesn't win the nomination, then I'm going to abstain. I said that shit 10 years ago, okay? In that moment, I was the fucking exact kind of sloppulous lefty that I hate now. I said that, you know, I tweeted that out. I said that. Now, in my favor, I did change my position as soon as because I was tracking the polls very obsessively. I was tracking the polls in 2016 because the conversation was about how Donald Trump was not a serious person. He was going to get blown out. I bought into that in the beginning because he is not a serious person. He's such a fucking transparent fucking idiot. And so to believe that Donald Trump could win would necessarily be to believe that a lot of Americans are just like pretty dumb. And I didn't have quite that. I wasn't quite jaded in that way back then. And so that was like one thing that made it hard for me to see. But then once I saw that Donald Trump like started to become competitive with Hillary in the polls, it scared the shit out of me. And so I changed my tune pretty quickly. And then I was like, no, obviously I'm going to vote for Hillary and I think you should too. And da 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 da. But I don't know why I said that story. How does that relate to what we were just talking about? Destiny, I think, was like one of the first political creators, like streamers, that started to push back against some of the crazy stuff on the left. And watching him do that got me to start thinking about things a little bit differently. And I would say it took me a little bit longer to identify the problems that I now see. Shit, I'm gonna come. It took me a little bit longer to identify the problems with the online left than I think it took for him. But I have been pushing back against the craziness now pretty consistently since, I'm going to say, like starting in 2021. It was basically year one of Biden that I started to see some of the insanity. It was harder to see during the Trump years for me. That was harder for me to see that. But then once Biden took over and he started governing like the way that Biden governed, I was like, this is one of the greatest presidents literally ever. With like the stuff that he's doing, I was like, I can't fucking believe we have a president that's like this pro labor and this pro union and this like pro green infrastructure, you know, and pro like actually doing something about fucking climate change. And the ARP was this like massive wealth redistribution program, basically. The child tax credits, like the historic investments into like HBCUs and the big like infrastructure plan. Like he was governing, and I was thinking to myself, this is literally one of the greatest presidents of all time. I can't believe that he's governing this way, because I thought he was going to be this like kind of middle of the road Democrat. And yet the rhetoric that I was hearing from the left at the time was that he was just as bad as Trump. And that is what got me to start thinking about the online left differently. I was like, wait a second, what is happening? I was like, how is the commentary looking like this on the left? I feel like they should be fucking ecstatic at this presidency. And yet all I hear from them is just this endless chorus of just nonsense. But I'm not really saying anything radically different these days than I've been saying for the last 6 years. It's just I think more people are now kind of wising up to how destructive the online left is, which is a good thing in my opinion. But I appreciate the glazing, but maybe I'm being a little too fragile right now. But when I see people in DGG comments and say something along the lines of like, man, he got so based in the last like few months. I've been saying the fucking same. I've been fighting with like old school Twitch viewers. Who among you are old school Twitch viewers? How long have I been fighting with sloppulous lefties in my chat? Years I've been fighting with these people. I will take the compliment. I will take the compliment. I will take the compliment. I've been fighting with these fucking lunatics for years. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, hang on. Let's talk about. Let's get an injection of hopium, and then we'll watch the video about me. The name of the video is Liberalism and the Limitations of Hassan-Bad Politics. Is that what it is? Hutch and the Limits of Hassan-Bad Liberalism.
Hello, it's me.
Yesterday, Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff of Georgia delivered a fiery speech attacking the Trump administration for being out of touch with the needs of everyday Americans.
Now, you remember, we were told that MAGA was for working class Americans. Do you remember that? But this is a government of, by, and for the ultra-rich. It is the wealthiest cabinet ever. This is the Epstein class.
Ooh, that's a good line.
Ruling our country. They are the elites they pretend to hate.
As the only Senate Democrat up for re-election this year in a state Trump won.
The Epstein class. We got to stick with that one.
In 2024, Ossoff is supposedly seen as the most vulnerable Democratic incumbent in this year's midterms. But as the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reports, Ossoff is seizing the offensive and causing senior Democratic leaders and even influential Republicans to see a race that's tilting in his favor. It comes as we are less than 9 months until.
I want to give Econo Boy credit because he's been singing Ossoff's praises for a long time. Econo Boy was talking about a possible Ossoff 2028 situation, I want to say a year and a half ago.
This year's midterm elections, and the outlook is not looking good for Republicans.
Hutch, what I hear Destiny say in this clip is that you get really sharp in cutting through Pisco's confusion and getting straight to the chase.
6, 7. 6, 7.
Oh God.
6 and 7. 6 point something.
Oh God. It's. I think it's literally because I've had so many debates with Pisco at this point. But debate is not my strong suit. Like laws of logic type shit, like that is not. I'm not particularly skilled in that way. It's more difficult for me to see kind of like dirty tactics in debates because I'm just not practicing that kind of way. But I've just had so many debates with Pisco at this point. It's probably up to like 50 that you know, I've grown accustomed to certain things, you might say. I think the difference now is seeing the juxtaposition of the bad takes against your good takes. We're not just hearing your good takes in a vacuum. Well, maybe.
It's an understatement. That assessment is not coming from the Democrats, but the Republicans themselves. In fact, according to Axios, private polling has top Republicans not only worried about losing the House, where they hold a very slim majority, but they're increasingly worried they could lose control of the Senate as well. And Axios also reports that top GOP strategists acknowledge that immigration and the economy, the two issues that drove Trump's win in 2024, are now political liabilities. Eugene Robinson is back with us, and also joining us now, Stuart Stevens, senior advisor at the Lincoln Project and author of It Was All a Lie, How the Republican Party Became.
Doesn't matter. The Supreme Court might end birthright citizenship real soon. Didn't Pisco say that that's really unlikely? I mean, I feel like it's pretty clear in the Constitution, right?
Came Donald Trump. Eugene, we're going to get to you in a minute, but Stuart, I want to start with you so we don't forget about you on the other side there. But let's talk about Georgia. It seems to be a bellwether for what's going on right now in this country. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene's deep red district of Rome, Georgia, has Republicans concerned that it's going to flip to a Democrat. You had Greg Bluestein report this week that with 21 candidates on the ballot, Republicans worry a divided field could give Democrats an opening in a deep red Georgia district. What are you hearing about Georgia, and what does this say to you about Trump's success in the first 2 years of his administration?
Yeah, you know, the recent Georgia political history, I think, has been some of the most fascinating in American political history. You had 2 Democrat senators who were elected on January 5th, 2021, which, I mean, as a Republican who worked in the South for many years in Senate races, governor's races, to have 2 Democrat senators elected on the same day from Georgia is like winning the World Series with 4 perfect games. I mean, it just is extraordinary that it would happen. So why did it happen? And one of the major factors was the fact that the Republican Party was divided. You had Donald Trump, who was still, in this frenzy that somehow elections don't matter because I didn't win. So he was out there sending a
That was, you guys remember that? Do you guys remember that? Mitch McConnell was basically begging Trump to stop telling MAGA that the election was fraudulent because they needed votes in both Georgia runoffs that were really competitive races. And Donald Trump's getting up and telling all of his supporters that basically there's no point in voting because they're just going to rig the election. And by doing that, Donald Trump helped 2 Democrats win 2 runoffs in a state that had been red for how long? Georgia? How long had Georgia been red?
Signal and I'm saying directly, Republicans, don't bother voting, it's all rigged. Which, if you're on the other side, you're like, I'm good with that. Maybe he's right, don't bother voting. And you're having the same thing now with Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I take some amusement in, is going around saying that MAGA was all a lie. And that splits the base. And there's nothing about the Republican Party at the moment that draws you to it. I mean, in politics, you need a good messenger or a good message. And who are the messengers? Stephen Miller, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem. These are just very unlikable people that you would not put out there to attract new voters. And what is the message? It's just an absolute mess. And these Republicans candidates know this. And the normal way to correct from this is to admit there was a mistake. We're going to do better. Give me another chance. But in Trump world, you can't say that. So they're sort of boxed in by their own president that limits their potential political moves.
Because the messenger is often just Donald Trump himself, right? Like one of the issues with the Republican Party is that they fear getting ahead of him at all times. And then when he supports you, his support is contingent on you doing exactly what he says. Yeah. And the support is rarely, if ever, monetary. So it's just a tweet. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? It's a social post that he loves it, vote for him, and then he backs off. And what's interesting about all of this is that
a lot of people seem to think that the Democrats should emulate Trump's leadership style, which just still blows my mind. I don't know how anybody could be saying that. Still, at this point, we need to be more like Trump. Really? Like, look at the Republican Party right now. They're fucking literally on fire. The Republican Party right now is in a very similar situation that the Democratic Party was back in 2010. That's what this feels like. That's the most similar election cycle to the one that we're in right now. And Democrats got fucking obliterated in 2010.
At people in the White House,
all over the country, at the state level, at the local level, congressional seats. I mean, it was a bloodbath. Didn't they lose over 1,000 seats in 2010?
People, basically everybody but Donald Trump, are worried, very worried publicly. Joe Brothers, he is the Trump handpicked RNC chair. He predicted doom in December 12, 2025. This is what he said in the Bulwark. It's not a secret. There's no sugarcoating it. It's a pending, looming disaster heading our way. We are facing almost certain defeat. The chances of Republicans will go down and will go down hard. You hit the nail on the head. This is an absolute disaster. No matter what party is in power, they usually get crushed in the midterms. Now, Mr. Robinson, there's something called expectation setting in American politics, but this seems a little bit further than that.
That's really going far to sort of lower the expectation. Look, I think Stuart is absolutely right. It was astounding that 2 Democrats could be elected senator in Georgia, and there were these circumstances the Republican Party was a mess. The Republican Party is still a mess at that level in terms of Trump and everybody else, and they have conflicting interests and push and pull. The other factor in Georgia is that the 2 Democratic senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, are really good. Very talented. Really talented public officials and politicians. That speech that Ossoff gave that we showed the clip of was really a good speech. Objectively, if you sort of listen to him, and it got a real response. They know their state and they're responding to it well. They're, so yeah, Ossoff could get reelected, as Warnock did, by the way. Warnock got reelected.
The man ran many times.
Nobody wants to jinx it because,
well, we will.
2016 and 2020 were just so devastating. But the facts are the facts right now. And what the facts are showing is that the Republican Party is just very significantly vulnerable right now. Now is the time for a big, strong tent. Now is the time for a Democratic Party to unite and to put the differences aside and unite under like one banner of just anti-Republican Party, anti-MAGA. We can be pro this or pro that policy, that's fine, and in this moment, I tune over to Majority Report's page and I see a video that is titled, "Is the Left Having Its Own Tea Party?"
I get distracted. Someone just reminded me. In Indiana, there are Democrats running for every state Senate seat for the first time since 1974.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. All right.
So we will see. I mean, there's going to be, there's a lot of things happening on the electoral front. A couple of days ago, was it the beginning of the week?
There's really important context for this, guys. For the video that we're about to watch right now. There's really important context, and I think it gives you a sense of where the Majority Report are at in terms of their analysis. They are very committed to the narrative that the Democratic Party leadership structure and composition are electorally ineffective and vulnerable to be taken over. They view this moment not as one of a Democratic Party that is like swelling to push back against Donald Trump in these special elections and then coming up to the midterms. They view this moment as like blood in the water. They're looking at the situation and they're thinking about how can we get all of our guys in there so we can just like push out all the pro APAC, the pro establishment, the pro corporate, blah, 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 like the bootlickers and all that kind of a thing. And the idea that the Democratic Party right now, though their approval rating is quite low, that is reality. The idea that the Democratic Party broadly across the whole spectrum of ideology, from progressives to even Democratic socialists to more moderate, more like kind of center left candidates, the reality is like the whole party is doing really well right now. But they don't want to acknowledge that because that, I think in their minds, it diminishes their position. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? Does that make sense? That's such a fucking condescending question, but am I articulating myself well here? They're not looking at this moment as like, we're all just part of this. We're all part of this one big blue wave. That's not how they see it. They want to push the narrative that, the Democratic Party cannot beat Republicans. The only way to beat Republicans is through progressive policy. And the only way to get progressive policy is if we push out the leadership and we replace the gerontocracy and we replace the establishment candidates and basically take over the party. Like, that's their pitch. Like, we're the ones that can beat Trump and Trumpism in 2026 and 2028 and beyond. And if it's not us in the driver's seat, then the Democrats cannot win against Trump because they don't have the same kind of juice that we have. Does that make sense? So as far as the title of the video goes, is the left having its own tea party? They're really they want that to be true. They desperately want that to be true because they've had a lot of moments where that same question was asked and then it didn't pan out for the progressives. The progressives seem to have had a lot of momentum starting in like 2018 and some of the special elections before 2018. DSA numbers went way up around that time because of Bernie Sanders between like 2016 and 2018. And then they kind of stagnated. Like the progressive bloc of the Democratic Party kind of stagnated. They didn't take over. And in fact, the moderate candidates did better in competitive races. so they really want now to finally be the moment where they do this takeover. And so they want this like Tea Party narrative to be true. And yet, you know, when you look at elections over the last year during Trump 2.0, like the moderate candidates have been doing like really fucking good. I mean, all of the candidates have been doing quite good in terms of the Democratic Party, but the moderate candidates have been doing really fucking good. And there's no sign currently in the election trends and the election results. There's no sign currently that the moderates are not like competitive or more competitive than progressives right now. I can't believe you're still a Democrat after all the lies and bullshit. Oh, okay.
When that special election in Texas happened,
I think it was, yeah.
Was it 6 months ago, or was
Monday?
it like 4 days ago?
Yeah, I think that was Monday.
Monday?
We got the news of that.
Elections on Tuesdays. It's throwing us. It's too much. We're already thrown off.
Like the NFL on Thursday.
Yeah. What are you doing?
So at the beginning of the week, there was a special election in Texas in a state Senate seat where the Democrat made up 31 to 34 points. Donald Trump had won that district by 17 points, and the Democrat ended up winning it by something like 14 points. So maybe it was 30.
This guy happens to be pretty progressive. You know, you go to his page and he's for like Medicare for all. I think he's for like abolish ICE. But their whole thing is like they will only devote time on their show talking about the more kind of progressive candidates. I don't know much about the candidate that won in Louisiana last night and overperformed by like 33 points or 34 points, but you know, let's just say she's a moderate. Like they're not going to talk about her. They only find time to talk about Mamdani and this one person in Texas, and then there was a race. Was it also in Texas or was it in Louisiana? Who was the one where the progressive won because the moderate split the vote? That just happened like 5 days ago. What state was that in? New Jersey, I think. Yeah, New Jersey.
That's a 31 point swing. It was also.
Here's what I predict. I have not watched this video. Here's what I predict. They're going to point to the race in New Jersey. They're kind of teeing it up right here. They're going to point to the race in New Jersey as evidence that the progressives are kind of like poised to take over and that we're on the precipice of like a left-wing Tea Party movement in this country. But the reality of that New Jersey race, and like to be clear, I don't mind that a progressive won that primary. Great. That's awesome. Full steam ahead. Let's go. But there were two moderates in that race that split the vote. That is what happened, just objectively speaking.
A potential harbinger of what will happen in the midterms, because it suggested that the gains amongst Latinos that the Republicans had made had completely reversed themselves. And of course, those gains were in many instances in the redistricting in Texas, the basis of these new districts that it may have turned out to be a dummy mander. And now this in New Jersey, this is a Democratic primary. The Democrat is more than likely to win this district in the general election.
Very blue district. This is my hometown district, so I'm quite proud of this result here. It's a heavy homeowner population, one of the wealthier districts in the country. It's a northern New Jersey, South Jersey, and north in the country.
Again, I don't know much about these candidates, but my understanding is that these two here are more moderate candidates compared to this one that is definitely more progressive. I don't know much about Brendan Gill or Bartlett, but yeah.
It's a northern New Jersey suburb of New York City, and this is Mikey Sherrill's old district. And now that she has become the governor of New Jersey, they had to hold this special primary. So this is the primary here, and we have the results. Over 90% of the votes are counted. There's still some ballots that need to be counted, but it's razor thin margins. Mejia, the progressive candidate, the WFP candidate, former Bernie.
That's the other thing too, is like AIPAC did come into this race and spend millions of dollars because I guess Malinowski had suggested that maybe we should put conditions on sending aid to Israel or something like that. Which, to be clear, I've never said that AIPAC does not have any influence. It's just when you use that excuse in literally every single race, and especially if you use it in races where you were already down double digits before AIPAC spent a dime, then it becomes quite dubious. But
2020 organizer endorsed by AOC, endorsed by Bernie, Warren, among others, is now ahead by around 600 votes. And there were a bunch of outlets that called it for Malinowski really early on in the night, and she had this late surge.
Well, we should tell people who Malinowski is.
Yeah.
Malinowski is a former congressman. Here, leave that up. Malinowski's a former congressman, a moderate, I think you could say.
Definitely, yeah.
And by moderate, you know, sort of like a corporatist, conservative. I mean,
conservative? Hang on. Malinowski? New Jersey. Wikipedia. Tom Malinowski. Committee assignments, voting record. Malinowski had voted in line with Joe Biden's stated position 98.2% of the time. Does he have like a issues page, like a platform page? Tom Malinowski, campaign webpage. I don't really know. Tom Malinowski for Congress on the issues. He ran on repealing the tariffs, restoring clean energy investments, making data centers in the crypto industry pay the real cost of the energy they use, protect Americans from skyrocketing insurance costs by restoring the ACA tax credits, address the underlying cost of healthcare. Healthcare is a human right and access must be guaranteed, but simply subsidizing a healthcare system that costs us 2 or 3 times more than any other advanced country will bankrupt America. To spur competition, Congress should give all the Americans the freedom to buy into a public healthcare plan like Medicare. It should lower prescription drugs. So he pushed for like a public option, right? Enforce antitrust laws. They're calling this guy a corporatist. Truly free markets keep costs down, but monopolies make everything more expensive. And today, a corrupt Trump administration is gutting antitrust enforcement on behalf of its billionaire friends. For example, corporations like Union Pacific, which wants to monopolize freight rail supply chains in the U.S., are seeking approval for mergers. Blah, 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 blah. Make it easier to build housing. Little abundance pilled in there. Ban surveillance pricing and other big tech innovations that drive up costs while making our lives more anxious. Resume the war on junk fees. The Trump administration has revoked President Biden's rules capping bank overdraft and credit card late fees and making it easier for customers to cancel unwanted subscriptions. Congress should codify them into law, enact right to repair. Big companies are making it harder for customers and independent repair shops to get the tools, parts, and manuals they need to fix products people legally own. This is who they're calling a corporatist and a conservative? What? Did he just assume that without like looking at this guy's issue page? I feel like he just assumed that. Enact democracy reforms, assert congressional powers, defend freedom of speech in the press, codify Justice Department independence, stop corrupt pardons, keep federal law enforcement and military accountable to the country and the law. Investigate the full range of Trump pay-to-play schemes, codify the Constitution's Emoluments Clause, protect inspectors general, enforce anti-corruption laws, apply ethics rules to the Supreme Court, ban stock trading, pass the Enablers Act, turn Trump's ballroom into a museum of the Constitution. Ooh, I like that. Hold social media companies accountable. He's looking for like some kind of Section 230. Ooh, I don't know if I love that. He wants to repeal Section 230. Treat algorithms as an addictive product. Let people control their data. Safeguard AI. Require all AI systems to undergo thorough safety testing before they're released. Require all content generated by AI and released on public platforms to be labeled as AI. I mean, that one's kind of a no-brainer. That one's kind of a no-brainer. I mean, make it like a misdemeanor offense to post something created by AI that's not labeled that way. Or I don't know. I don't know if that's the move, but require AI companies to compensate the human beings, artists, writers, journalists, and researchers who create the content AI systems trained to generate their outputs. Ensure that critical decisions that affect our lives, from what healthcare treatments are covered by insurance to hiring to firing, da da da. So there's a lot of like proposed regulations for AI here. They're calling this guy conservative. Okay. That is a take. Okay.
However, and he had been a very faithful, and this is sort of like maybe the icing on the cake. It is a 5-way race, and Malinowski was certainly favored. I mean, significantly.
Significantly.
And Malinowski has been a faithful funder of Israel, although he did say he was open to the idea, just open to the idea of potentially conditioning aid to Israel based upon, how genocidal it becomes. And
that pissed AIPAC off, and they wanted apparently to make an example out of him, saying like, you could be 95% of the way that we need you to be in terms of lockstep.
LMAO, did AIPAC fuck it up for the centrist Democrat because he wasn't pro-Israel enough? Literally, yes.
Genocidally voting or whatever.
Literally, yes. I'm pretty sure that's the consensus view.
But if you're not 100% with us, we're going to spend a boatload of money on and help one of your opponents. That's way there, who came in third. The DMFI, also the Democratic Zionist funding.
Majority for Israel.
Yeah, they also backed her.
Did I miss a super chat? Dazudani with $5. None of the moderates are none of the moderates are, quote, moderate. They are all mainstream Dems. Also, fun fact, Brendan Gill was the guy who helped me land my first election gig. Nice. Nice.
And they backed her by funding her campaign, but most importantly, funding a bunch of ads against Malinowski.
Now, the interesting thing about the ads against Malinowski, reportedly they sent mailers talking about Israel as the topic. But in terms of like the TV spends, the AIPAC and its front groups did what they do typically, which is not mention Israel at all. Mm-hmm. And in fact, attack Malinowski as if they're attacking from the left. And they made a wild miscalculation in this instance, because the benefit of these attack ads ended up going to Meha.
Well, so they seem to acknowledge that the reason why the progressive won was because the moderates, split the vote, and, AIPAC ran attack ads against like the moderate that was poised to win. So it's going to be interesting if they jump from this to, this means that the progressives are positioned to take over the party in a Tea Party type thing. It could just be clickbait for the title, but
not to weigh who was their preferred candidate. And what's interesting about this is both that it may have two different implications that would both be positive. Aside from having a genuine progressive in that seat, at least until 2026, where she would have to rerunning it, but would be doing from the benefit of being an incumbent. It also, might signal to the Democratic establishment, we need to stop having these people play in these races.
How do you think Haley Stevens is feeling right now that she's been getting all this AIPAC money and is tied to them? She could cut it off tomorrow, and she's still the AIPAC candidate in Michigan.
And I'm not even talking from the perspective of Israel, but rather the Democratic establishment might see that, like, hey, wait a second, this is supposed to help us, not hurt us, and not even when it's under sort of like under the underground, their decision making is a little bit suspect here. Now, of course, all this money comes from right-wing donors. So at one point, the Democratic Party might want to make some type of, and the best they can do is simply say, we're not going to provide you funds if there are outside expenditures that benefit you in any way, et cetera. There's ways of them at least discouraging it. The other thing is that it reiterates that Democrats should be taking a much more aggressive posture when it comes to funding DHS. Here is that ad.
In the special election to fill Mikey Sherrill's House seat, Tom Malinowski says he'll stand up to Trump. But hold on. In 2019, Tom Malinowski voted with Trump and the Republicans to fund ICE. More than $200 million for Trump's deportation force. $200 million that got us this? Democrats called Malinowski's vote a blank check for the Trump administration and a betrayal. We can't trust Tom.
In 2019, when Republicans controlled the House?
Malinowski.
Pause for a sec. Wait, who's responsible for this ad? What does it say there really quickly? I just wanted to read the bottom.
Can't trust Tom Malinowski. UDP is responsible for the content of this ad.
There it is. United Democracy Project is the AIPAC front. Unbelievable.
Dodge Venom with $5. Maja is not a socialist. She's a progressive Dem. Also, I have serious doubts if these people actually know how AIPAC spending works. I mean, I don't even know if I know how it works. Are they not just like a standard lobby? Or?
But I mean, we could say the same thing about Chuck Schumer in that ad. I mean, that Chuck Schumer was instrumental in funding the DHS. Now, I think he voted against it. I can't remember exactly, but we know how he manipulated the whole thing. He didn't want to have a shutdown this time. He was
JJ with the primer. JJ, thank you so much, buddy.
And forced to do so, and so. There's a lot of good things that could come out of this, and
we're gonna get to the BreadTube Anti-Hutch video right after this, guys.
Hopefully that 600 vote margin holds up. It's unclear whether this would trigger an automatic recount or not, at least on our end. We don't know yet.
But I also just want to point out the county line piece of this is also immensely important. We saw that when New Jersey eliminated this county line, there was a big legal fight over it that has been benefiting some more progressive candidates. Andy Kim was a part of that, but also even who won the mayoral race in Jersey City, because the AIPAC split the vote among non-progressive candidates by doing this. And say you're a lefty person and you see that ad against Malinowski, what are you going to do? Look up who the actual lefty is that stood up to Donald Trump. And Mejia benefited from that. I think also her work as an organizer, she really drove the numbers in Essex County, again, my hometown county, and turned out a lot of people, which people like to be dismissive of door knocking and stuff like that. But her work in that area made them a major difference, and it was incredibly implausible because in fourth place was the guy, Brendan Gill. He was the Essex County machine Democrat who normally would have gotten this position on the ballot that would have been favorable prior to this legal challenge, where instead of grouping candidates by office, as ballots tend to do in New Jersey prior to 2024, they were grouping them by the party line. And the party line would be the Democratic machine in Essex County or in other areas of New Jersey putting their candidate forward. And that had it made a major difference in privileging them on the ballot. It looks like, oh, this is the Democrat, this is the person you should support if you support these other candidates. And he came in fourth. So the candidate that AIPAC spent on to elevate came in third. The Democratic Party machine candidate came in fourth. And Malinowski had a lot of name recognition, but he was still kind of stuck in the middle. And Mejia looks like she could come in first here. So, I mean, it's really, really important. And this is not a commie corridor district by any means. I mean, there's a lot of homeowners. It's more affluent.
Okay, so it sounds like they're pretty clear-eyed about what's actually happening here.
But it means that perhaps this Democratic Tea Party is here. And if Mejia can win in that kind of district, lefties can win all across the country.
Hey, folks, don't forget.
All right, so let's get to it. First of all, I want to say, they go by he, they. Wait. I'm confused. Is that like an either or situation? I'm genuinely not being snarky. Is that what that means? They don't mind he, they don't mind they. He, him, they, them. He, they is I prefer he, but I don't mind they. Okay, gotcha. All right. Never mind. All right, the name of this video is Hutch in the Limits of Hassan-Bad Liberalism. And the creator's name is Crimes2Roman. But I think that's their second account. I think their primary account is Crimes2Roman. I will link the video and pin it in the comments. Obviously, if you show up in his comment section, it's fine to like disagree with people, but just like don't harass people is my thing, you know? Try to avoid like ad homs, these kinds of things. Dazvidani with $5. The way they describe how the Dem Machine county line works was off. It's bad, dumb, and that they were against it. I'm a little bit lost there. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Technically, this is not the first like dedicated video for me. There's been a few, usually by much smaller creators. And then there was one by I can't remember the guy's name. There was one where he analyzed me talking about having a split urine stream. It was just one of my stupid fucking tangents about stupid shit. Like I was talking about how my pee streams would like split, and I was theorizing it because I had a fucking fat cock or something. It was just like a joke. And the person took me like deadly serious and made a fucking 15-minute video about it. This popped up on my feed, just algorithmically just popped up on my feed a couple nights ago. 1,000 comments. What the fuck? Hassan bad content works so well, Tectone even presented it in court as a tactic to get more views after the allegations.
I can't help but notice your bulge with the pants that you're wearing. Are they tight? Are your pants tight, or is your cock that bulbous, girthy, and lengthy? I can see the contours of your shaft. I can see the veins along your shaft through your pants. How big is your cock?
Did you make my voice lower for that one? Why do I sound so weird in that? Tangia. Once again, MLK has been proven right about the white moderate. My God. The letter from the Birmingham jail, it's not especially long. It is, it probably takes like 10 minutes to read it, okay? And if you read that whole letter, it becomes clear that when he was talking about the white moderate, he was talking about it in the context of Southern priests and preachers.
I'm waiting, old man.
Who were opposed to his acts of civil disobedience. Like the white moderate line had a specific context, and lefties. No, I don't think there's been a single person in U.S. history that has been more bastardized by both the left and the right than Martin Luther King Jr. Both the online insane lefties and MAGA like cherry pick stuff that MLK said to further their own agenda. Like the right focuses on, I have a dream that, you know, we're not going to judge people by the color of their skin and blah, blah, blah. And then they use that as a way to justify opposition to, you know, like targeted programs to help black people and DEI policies, and just totally ignoring the fact that, you know, MLK supported reparations, by the way. And then the far left, they do the white moderate quote, but none of them have fucking read that full letter. If they did read the full letter from the Birmingham jail, they would know that Martin Luther King talked about moving a planned protest, like moving the date to a different date so that the people that were going to demonstrate could participate in a runoff election. Like they took electoral politics very seriously. doesn't even take that long. It's like 10 minutes to read the letter, but all they know is this one quote about white moderates. They don't even know what he was talking about here. Hutch only knows history from COD campaigns. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. My favorite Hutch moment when Hassan was at the ICE protests. Okay, that was a funny moment. I have to give you that. Hutch at no point realizing his concerns with trans people would not exist if not for the extensive right-wing propaganda making it an issue in the first place, effectively making a centrist stance a right-wing one. Okay, well, let's just dive into the video. 1,000 comments, guys. The last time I was this relevant was fucking 2012 playing Prop Hunt. Let's go. We should also take some bets in the Twitch chat. We should do some channel points bets. Can I get through this video in an hour or less? An hour and a half or less? 2 hours or less? Dawes Vidani with $5. It's why I really like the movie Selma. It really emphasized that MLK was a very savvy organizer who made compromises to be effective. Yeah, that was a great movie. That was a really great movie. Bold of you to assume we're getting through the video. I think we'll get through the video. We'll get through the video. It's only 26 minutes, okay? Like,
no.
We're gonna
No more bets.
We're gonna do. If anyone wants to bet me $1,000, listen. Once a degenerate gambler, always a degenerate gambler. It is what it is.
Hello, it's me, John Politics. Here to talk about politics in the politics zone. Normally, I don't talk about politics on the main channel, but you know what? We're spiced it up today. Every now and then I get asked to like debate on something, and I literally never say yes because it is entirely pointless.
I mean, I reached out on Twitter to see if he was down to have a conversation. I didn't frame it as a debate, but then it turns out he doesn't use Twitter, and I don't have. I deleted Blue Sky. Apparently, he's on Blue Sky, but I would love to have him on an episode of Live and Learn. It doesn't need to turn into like a crazy blood sport situation. You guys know me. If somebody is nice, if somebody is not like overly aggressive, then I'm usually nice. I can be firm, but I'm not mean unless somebody starts lobbing grenades.
Whether it be the absolutely awful Jubilee videos or more personal one-on-one debates from political streamers who definitely aren't just trying to inflate their egos, debate and discussion on the internet has felt increasingly more pointless over time. However, I think a lot of the real problem for this is that many people who kind of grow up and evolve on the internet kind of come to see as this sort of rabid, warlike engagement.
So I have a theory. My theory is that the lefties, in my experience, lefties are really not great at defending their positions in a public forum. They don't, and so my theory is that the reason why they'll usually say stuff like the online debates are fucking pointless is because they don't like their ideas. A lot of their ideas and a lot of their analysis is so fucking silly that if they're confronted with someone who actually like bothers to research things and do kind of like a larger analysis, they say stupid and ridiculous shit. Like the conversation I had with Cinemarxism, I keep thinking about that because it was one of the most silly one of the silliest conversations I've ever fucking had in my life. I think that's why they say this. Debate is pointless. It's all just theater, da da da. But like, let me just ask you guys, how many of you guys have had your own assumptions or ideas or viewpoints change because of online debate? How many of you guys watched a debate, heard a compelling argument from someone, and then thought, maybe I can think about that thing a little differently? Not a rhetorical question. Type it out in the chat. Just say yes or no. Have you had your mind changed because you watched a political debate online? I have. And it's not, it hasn't just happened once or twice. I mean, it's happened a number of times for me. Probably like 20 to 30 things I've, you know, if I didn't change my mind outright, I definitely still had a moment where I was like, well, that's interesting. Let me look into that more. So even if I don't change my mind in that situation, I was prompted to like deepen my understanding of a thing because my logic was challenged. And so there's value there. So I disagree. I mean, a lot of debate online these days is very, like, I don't love like lolcow debates. I don't really love like Piers Morgan debates. I only tend to bring those up on the stream if it's like really kind of intense lolcow kind of funny situation. But you know, like I think that there's all kinds of productive debates that happen that definitely challenge people's pre-established ideas of things
as a means of engaging with politics in a legitimate way. I'm talking about this now because a little while ago I discovered that the game YouTuber Hutch, as in like the guy who did prop hunt videos with sea nanners and folk like a decade ago, real blast from the past, has now kind of shifted almost entirely to being a political.
I just have to say, Nanners was doing prop hunt videos with me, not the other way around. No, that's not true. It's funny because a lot of people, they know me from the prop hunt stuff. Like a lot of people found my channel because of the prop hunt stuff, which only lasted like a few months on Twitter. I got really bored of Gmod stuff, and so I didn't really do that aggressively. I would say, like, if you're gonna say, oh, that's Hutch, he's the guy that ... I would for sure bring up the fucking Call of Duty stuff, but whatever, that's fine.
Content streamer. Credit where credit is due. Like, I want to give him props for willing to make some.
Yeah, like that's the old Respawn stuff was way more consequential for me in terms of my trajectory than the prop hunt stuff.
To being a political content streamer. Credit where credit is due. Like, I want to give him props for willing to make such a dramatic change to the kind of content that he makes, particularly if he doesn't enjoy doing games anymore. That legitimately takes balls to do in the absolute hellscape that is content creation, and particularly with a noble goal of wanting to educate people and make a better world for the people who inhabit it. Like, genuinely, that is a noble goal. However, as somebody who kind of also grew up on the internet, it's very...
I did not grow up on the internet. Just to be clear. Maybe it's my baby face. I'm going to chalk it up to my baby face. I don't know how old this person is. They look like, I would guess, early 30s or late 20s. I did not grow up on the internet. I had most of, I was not on the internet a lot in high school. I was on the internet a little bit like in my early adult years, but not a lot. No, I had, you know, I had like a life. I had like girlfriends, I had friends, and I had a social life. I went to school. You know, I worked, I played a lot of chess, you know, in my early 20s. Instead of spending a lot of time on the internet, I was playing chess like 4 to 6 hours a day. I did not grow up on the internet, so I don't know why he assumed that. Michael with $5. I changed my mind because debate X godless bitches pod made me pro-choice. I interviewed many mind changers on r/change my view podcast as well. r/change my view. Do you guys have a YouTube channel?
very obvious that I can see that Hutch is a product of this environment, and how he engages in making political content is extremely evident of the fact that his brain has been entirely rotted by this false version of political engagement. If you take a look at his channel, I think you can very much see the kind of content that he is making. This isn't like serious political analysis stuff. This is political content in.
Well, I mean, I'm a YouTuber. I try to mix things up. I try to make things like as funny and lighthearted. You know, it's like a mixture. Like sometimes I'm giving my serious takes, but for the most part, this is for entertainment. And I imagine that for most of you guys, you know, your political evolution or your development, wherever you're at on that stage of your life, probably most of the change or evolution comes from the way that you interact with other people. So I've never marketed myself as a just like eternally serious political analyst like Noam Chomsky or something like that. This is at the end of the day, you guys come to the streams and watch videos for entertainment and not like super dry analysis.
The most intense word of content. He is engaging with things like making fun of Hassan, including pushing the insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like,
oh my God. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like as soon as, I don't know, I feel like you had to have gone out of your way to avoid like a lot of things that just objectively happened, to still be in denial about the dog collar. Like this case was case fucking closed. The second Hassan was dumb enough to take the collar off and show to camera a collar, but then he fucked up and accidentally showed the bottom side of it, and it was just very obviously taped over with like electrical tape or whatever it was. Like case fucking closed. That's it. It's over. You know, if there was any doubt before he did that, that doubt is fucking gone. He got caught lying about it. And then he fucking like, hold on. Now I have to pull it back up again. Let me find it. Hang on, let me find it. It's gonna take me a minute. When was collar yet again? It was like October 7th is when it was. It was on October 7th. I can't fucking believe that. Where's the one where he showed the collar? And I like put it up on stream. Hassan's Reddit response. Fuck, where? Somebody help me find it. I'm just looking for the image, the specific image where he had showed the fucking collar. And it was just so clearly taped, and you had these like two bulges where like obviously where the prongs went. He just got caught like in 4K, man. It was just so obvious that he lied about it. And then there was the more recent example where he was very clearly reaching for a thing on his desk, and his dog did the same shit. It was the same behavior. Then his dog like stopped moving around and laid back down on the thing, you know? Did you find the clip? This craziness. Like, it was just case fucking closed. You know, like, this is nuts. It's just so obviously tape. I'm like, why would he do that? Why the fuck would he do that? Why would you even show the collar? If you're gonna deny it, just don't even show the collar. Just be like, this is stupid. You know, they're having conspiracy theories. That's all he needed to do. And the story would have gone away after probably like 2 or 3 days. This is the internet, okay? Like nothing stays relevant for that long. But he didn't do that. He put tape along the bottom of the collar and then showed the stream. Like, it was so stupid. And like, he kept making that story relevant. Like, at every step, he kept making it relevant. That was just 3 weeks of prime content. And if you just missed all that, then I feel like you went out of your way to avoid the facts that surrounded Collargate. And so the fact that he's dismissing, like, this is the guy that believes in Collargate, like, everybody outside of Hassan's community knew, like, could see very plainly that Hassan was lying his fucking tits off. And then it's the internet, right? And Hassan has spent like a lot of time kind of moralizing and calling other people evil people and bad people. And so of course, like, everybody who doesn't like him for that endless moralizing, you had about 50,000 internet sleuths that were combing through every fucking video he ever made. And they found other examples of him, like basically like a lot of evidence to support the claim that he was shocking his dog. And then it was just obvious. It was just obvious that he lied about it. Just fucking obvious, okay?
Hence word.
Everybody outside of his community could see, like, yeah, he's obviously lying. And everybody in his community, they all, it's like MAGA. It's like a cult of fucking personality around this guy.
Content. He is engaging with.
They found his trainer. Yeah, they found his trainer in San Diego. And then you go to the trainer's Instagram page, and the guy's like, there's like a bunch of videos of using shock collar training. There's like, the guy specializes in shock collar training, and this is the guy that like trained Kaya. So yeah, whatever. Anyways,
the thing is like making fun of Hassan, including pushing the insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like, that's kind of my litmus test for if somebody actually has legitimate criticisms of Hassan, is if they believe in the just absolute batshit shock collar gate thing that happened. Hassan, Hassan. There's so much anti-Hassan.
Stop whining about this. Stop. This needs to stop. Hassan's fandom are the biggest group of babies of anyone that exists on of all the fandoms. His fandom are the biggest group of fucking babies. Because they will constantly push back against the very idea of criticizing one of the most relevant political commentators that exist on social media. The fact that so many people are talking about Hassan is a testament to how successful he is. It's just such a pathetic deflection because people don't, I suspect people are not comfortable engaging in the substance of the critique. And so they deflect to nonsense propositions like, oh, it's a problem that people are criticizing Hassan a lot. Well, if it wasn't Hassan, it would be someone else. If there was somebody that was bigger than Hassan, or, the other people that are bigger than Hassan, you would be spending more time talking about those people. He is one of the most relevant, popular, successful political streamers. The stuff that he says is gonna cause discourse. You should be happy that so many people are talking about Hassan. Even the fact that so many people are criticizing Hassan, that means he's successful. Jesus Christ. For the love of God, stop complaining that people are criticizing someone or engaging in critique of someone who has a massive platform. This is so stupid. Holy shit. Let it go. Like, let's put it this way. If everybody stopped criticizing him tomorrow, you guys, he would freak the fuck out. Do they not understand this? If everybody that was making these videos criticizing Hassan, if they all stopped tomorrow, Hassan would internally panic. Do you guys realize this? Hassan would be like, wait, what's happening? Why is no one talking about me? Am I losing relevance? That's his internal reaction to that would be. Why would he do that? Because that would mean he lost relevance. Don't you understand? he'd be like, wait, what's going on? Why am I not making as many waves? Am I losing motion? Am I going backwards? Have I plateaued? Am I declining? That's what he would think if that was happening. Don't you guys get that? That he would freak the fuck out if people stopped criticizing him tomorrow, okay? He would be like, something's wrong.
Song stuff in here. Now I get it. Everybody has to play the thumbnail game on YouTube. Everybody has to do the clickbait thing. But I think once you actually look into a bit more of his content, which I've tried to give a fair shake, you can kind of see that he has become the epitome of this rigid internet mind whose views are not really based on an evolving political scope, but a line that has to be drawn because everybody else that you don't like is seen as hard opposition. Don't get me.
That's not true. There's plenty of people that I don't like that I don't consider to be opposition.
Wrong here. It is entirely reasonable to see things as hard opposition, but it isn't just about seeing people as hard opposition. It's about.
That's right. Killjoy. That's right. There were those "I'm gonna unalive myself" Discord messages when his views dipped. I don't know if it was bait or not. Yeah, there's like Discord logs of him saying, like, basically talking about being depressed because his views went down.
Hutch fundamentally not having the contextual understanding of the things that he's talking about.
All right, let's get into it. I'm expecting him to deep dive into the positions that I've staked out. I'm expecting him to deep dive into my analysis, unpack the issues. He doesn't, maybe like 3 to 5 examples of me talking about a particular issue. And then I assume he is going to unpack the issue himself, do his own analysis, and then point out where I was substantively wrong on the facts or wrong in the analysis, right? That's a reasonable expectation to have in this spot. If he's going to like criticize my positions and accuse me of not having, what did he say? Contextual awareness, right? We would expect him to dive into the substance, right?
To be able to give legitimate critique. It doesn't really take long to notice that a lot of the content that he makes for people who are unfortunately online and recognize a lot of the people in these thumbnails is almost entirely targeted at this idea of the far left.
They just need their I say more like the online left or the populist left. Tried to make black pill left a thing, but I think populist left works. Villain. Like, they need to be the heroes of the story, the downtrodden, the cheated. It plays into this kind of other narrative of, like, you know, the noble kind of victim, the noble kind of like victimhood of the online left. It's like a big part of the,
yeah, there you go, right there.
Cultural and political identity that they have.
Almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hassan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate.
I would prefer to not see Hassan on my feed as much as I do, but he shows up on my feed a lot, so, you know, it is what it is. Identity that they have.
Almost every single time that Hutch comes across something that Hassan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate deep critique and usually ends up just kind of yelling.
The Democrat.
Really? What videos did he watch? What's the last Hassan video that I did? It was a 19-minute video from last week. Before we get to the interview, let's just kind of cut to the middle of the video here. Not vote to block Donald Trump. Nobody forced you to do that. You did your own internal calculation.
Okay.
Now, some Democrats do say that.
Ever have to credit tankies. This was Hassan basically saying that Democrats were, you know, implying or hinting that Democrats were just as bad when it came to like police brutality or brutality from like law enforcement officers. Were just as bad as Republicans. Okay, for anything. Okay, 3 of them are children, and these people want to look at you with a straight face and say, "Well, my conscience wouldn't allow me to vote for Kamala." Because I mean, I just went into like a pretty straightforward kind of straightforward analysis of like why it was stupid for him to suggest that the Democrats were just as bad as Republicans. I got into details and I talked about the various policies that both Obama and Biden enacted when they were president, to increase police accountability, to, you know, in terms of specific policy when it came to Joe Biden, you know, things like mandating that federal law enforcement officers wear body cams. Like I definitely got into detail in that video, but this person seems to think that what now?
That Hassan says, which is unfortunately frequently, he very rarely gives legitimate deep critique and usually ends up just kind of yelling.
Okay.
Democratic Party has this profound skill in snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
What the what is, wait, hang on. If I just look up this video, was it just me screaming the whole time? I mean, it's possible. Hassan is blatantly lying about Kamala's campaign. I mean, like, I assume this has to do with like the same kind of stuff that we talked about earlier in this stream, which is like Hassan says these things that are just like blatantly not true. He spins these narratives. He like weaves these lies. You know, he suggests that Kamala Harris ran a right-wing campaign in 2024, which is fucking insane. Do you know how they were able to reject him? Because there's a 6-3 majority on the Supreme. Okay. What could the potential consequences be in terms of the Supreme Court? I wonder. Okay, well, you know, maybe I don't love the Democrats all the time. Maybe is this me just screaming, or am I getting into specifics about like the obvious drawbacks of doing purity politics? And, you know, taking an action like abstaining because you don't fully align with the Democratic Party candidate. I think I got into like very specific details about the consequences of letting these bad outcomes happen. I described what the outcomes were, and I observed that they keep making this same calculation every single election cycle. And it just like nothing seems to get through to these people. What is this take? What is this take? What is this take?
And to be clear, like, I don't have extremely strong opinions on Hassan one way or another. He said, well, that's some dumb shit, but I will say, to echo the sentiment that FD Signifier said recently on one of his live stream videos.
Y'all never gonna get me to dislike Hassan based off content, because I've engaged with Hassan on real shit on numerous occasions, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He comes through in a way that I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I would call Hassan first.
Content-wise, whatever, Hassan shows the fuck up. And
I don't even understand this logic. You have like a personal relationship with Hassan, and I guess you have like some kind of personal stake, and he showed up for you personally outside of like the specific context of online politics. Therefore, I'll never regard him as a bad commentator. I mean, that's just not great logic.
That is what matters. I've been reading a really good book called Don't Talk About Politics.
So Hassan shows up and that's what matters. Well, what does that mean? Like, what does showing up mean to you? Showing up for me means like taking actions to help beat Republicans, so we don't have a situation like what currently exists in between 15 and 20 states where they have red legislatures and red governors have passed like anti-trans laws, right?
Which talks about stuff like this in particular, about how a lot of social media as well as the broader political sphere has kind of become...
I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm sorry. Hold on. There's fucking literally no substance. It's just funny because this guy's making this video where he's accusing me of not having any substance, which if you swung by my stream on any given moment, I'm probably there's a decent chance I'm going to be going off on like a rant, like a 30-minute rant about a specific thing. He's accusing me of not having any substance, and I don't know, like, so far, I don't actually know what he's saying. He's saying, well, you know, I don't have a strong opinion about Hassan. He said some dumb stuff, but he shows up. Like, what does that mean? Shows up how? What are you talking about?
I would call Hassan first.
Content-wise, whatever, Hassan shows the fuck up. And
what does that mean? The fuck does that mean? Sonic Spike with a gifted sub. Appreciate. Hutch shitted in his test. Okay.
That is what matters. I've been reading a really good book called Don't Talk About Politics, which talks about stuff like this in particular, about how a lot of social media, as well as the broader political sphere, has kind of become this big warlike zone in which people do not view people as people. They view them as opposition. To quote the book, the emphasis is not on convincing others, but on beating them by proving the other side wrong definitively, vanquishing them with a counter-argument showing with great force it's not just your views are better, but why theirs are also wrong. I think the popularity...
What is the problem? Isn't that the nature of politics? Like, beyond political commentary in the online space, isn't that the nature of politics? Like, every few years, countries that have democratic structures, that's what democracy is. Democracy is just a never-ending competition / conversation. Like, politics is a never-ending debate. He's talking about dunk politics. No, I understand that, but like the spectacle of like dunk politics on social media is just a kind of an extreme reflection of what politics is at its core, which is just a competition of ideas, to sound like Dave Rubin for a little bit. That's just what it is. And so the online space reflects that. It is important to engage in your opponent's ideas, and people are both human beings and, you know, political opponents in many cases. What is the alternative? Not having conversations with these people, not debating their points, not competing with them in the marketplace of ideas? That doesn't seem like a tenable course of action. Like, he seems to be advocating for a policy of just not engaging with people, which, you know, they tried that. It doesn't work. It literally doesn't work.
Vanquishing them with a counter argument showing with great force it's not just your views are better, but why theirs are also wrong. I think the popularity of debate that we've seen grow and grow in online culture, from, you know, people like Destiny to various political panels online to the late not so great Charlie Kirk, I think...
Wait, am I even known for debates? Is that what people know me for in the political space? I mean, I have debates a little, you know, sometimes on like Live and Learn and stuff like that, but I would not say I'm primarily a debater.
The illusion of the marketplace of ideas and the popularity of debate kind of turning political discussion or discussion in general into almost a kind of warlike action.
The illusion of the marketplace of ideas? Like, I agree that the marketplace of ideas is a cringe term that gets thrown around in like very cringe ways. But the idea of it is true. Like, there is a marketplace of ideas, and there is like a constant ongoing competition in that space.
Is very evident in how Hutch speaks and engages with content. He doesn't see Hassan as simply another point of view. He sees Hassan as a literal enemy.
He fucking is. What are you talking about? I am a liberal. I believe in liberalism, liberal democracy. He is a fucking tanky. I believe in straight ticket Democrat, blue no matter who, triage to meet the moment in terms of stopping a nascent fascist movement in this country in MAGA and the Republican Party. He believes in only boosting candidates that he personally likes and helping Republicans win in races where the candidate with the Democratic name next to their name or whatever If he doesn't like that Democrat, he will help Republicans win that race. He is political opposition. I don't even think he shies away from. I don't think he would disagree. We are not on the same page. I'm so fucking pissed right now. Fuck this guy, bro. This guy is political opposition. Never in a million. That's not true. Can I get, I think he did endorse Biden in 2020. Okay. Can you show me an example of any time in the last, we'll be specific and say the last 4 years, starting with like the 2022 midterms, where Hassan endorsed a kind of like moderate Democrat in any single race? I've only ever seen, in the last like 4 years, I've only ever seen him speak up and get involved and raise awareness of races where it's that involve candidates that he likes. So like he, encouraged his audience to vote for Omar Fateh, is that his name? In Minnesota. He encouraged his audience to vote for, obviously, Mamdani in New York City. Did he suggest that his audience vote for Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey or Abigail Spanberger in Virginia? Are you saying Hassan intends to help Republicans who run against candidates he doesn't like? Is this true? That is what I'm saying, yes. If you are on the left and you refuse to endorse the Democrat that's on the ticket, you are materially, consciously helping Republicans. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. They try to get around this by somehow suggesting that you can kind of opt out. I wash my hands of it. I'm not going to tell you which way to vote. But that there's no such thing. You cannot, according to Howard Zinn, and he was right about this. Howard Zinn, like two and a half decades ago, said, you can't be neutral on a moving train. It is impossible. System of a Down quoted Zinn in a song that they had in like whatever album they came out with in the late 90s, early 2000s. You cannot be neutral on a moving train, okay? There is no such thing as opting out. Inaction, in this context, amounts to material support for the Republican Party. It is conscious. It's a conscious choice. He knows that he's helping Republicans. He knew that he was helping Trump in 2024 by not endorsing. He knew he was doing that. But he, along with a lot of other lefties, have this misguided sense that they can wash their hands clean of the consequences. And they can't. Nobody forced him to not, use his platform to boost the Democrat in races where he doesn't like the Democrat. He just doesn't do that, right? Years should we ever associate with him, his ilk, his supporters?
To Hutch, he's not engaging with Hassan or the online left. He's engaging with this sort of boogeyman, this construct that he has made.
It's not a boogeyman. It's not a construct. These people are real. Their tactics are real. I'm not making it up. This is not a hallucination. They do this. This is what they do. They'll say stuff like, don't make Gavin Newsom the nominee, bro. I'm not going to vote for that guy. Like that stuff, that's not like a fringe take in the online lefty space. Like that's like the norm. That's the standard. I'm not hallucinating that. The only way you could tell me I'm hallucinating that is if you were to somehow convince me that the online left, the ones that I'm talking about, they endorse the same policy that I do, which is straight ticket, blue no matter who. Are they not on the same page about that? Then I'm not hallucinating it, okay?
I genuinely think dual streaming
Hassan is no longer dual streaming to YouTube, cites lower reach and DMCA. Been somewhat of a failure.
I genuinely think dual streaming was a mistake.
The fuck?
The audience gets you boosted less on both sides. I agree.
Uh-oh.
Yes, chatter. You are not wrong.
Back to Twitch.
It's been a somewhat of a failure. To be fair though, this is a IRL stream, and and it's Saturday, so that's like also the other reason why the numbers are dog shit. Like, let's be real. I mean, our Zoran stream wasn't like that. Zoran stream was like 20K as well when we did it. People only. This is one.
Do you know what I think it is? I think if he dual streamed on YouTube, it would significantly boost both his reach and his income. But I think it's because he doesn't like the idea of his Twitch numbers going down. That's what I think this is, bro. That's what I think this is. You can't convince me otherwise. He likes having like the one bigger number, and like that bigger number, I think like means more to him than splitting his audience somewhat and then like lowering the Twitch number. But then you get this whole other YouTube side. Like, there's no question. I really can't think of any creator that would truly benefit by being exclusive to Twitch. That just makes no sense. You know, yeah, maybe his Twitch viewers go down to 15K or something like that, but he would be bringing in like so much extra income if he dual streamed. I think it's literally just because he doesn't want the number to go down, bro. I think that's what it is.
To which he just finds the most ridiculous things to blame on them without fully being able to realize the flaws of the side that he's on, which is the center and the Democrats who have done nothing but fuck us in the ass for God knows how many years.
That seems like you're leaving out a lot. The Democrats have done nothing but fuck us for what did he just say?
Found the flaws of the side that he's on, which is the center and the Democrats who have done nothing but fuck us in the ass for God knows how many years.
Talk about annihilating nuance. I'll just zero in on one specific thing. You know, politicians do a lot, okay? They do a lot of things, okay? Down to the local level, at the state level, the federal level. Like, politicians do a lot. They do a lot. They take a lot of votes. They pass a lot of bills. They just do generally like a lot of stuff. And in order to have like a really complex, nuanced, comprehensive, holistic kind of analysis of like where the Democratic Party is at, you need to be like, it's almost impossible for anyone to be perfectly prepared for that conversation, just because there's just so many things that like Biden did, for example, as president. Biden did so many things with just his executive authority and through legislation as well. He's mostly correct. LOL. I mean, the AC. How old are you, Remy? I'm just curious. I'm gonna get triggered here for a minute. How old are you, Remy? And do you live in the United States? I'm just curious. Remy, how old are you, buddy? Do you live in the United States? Here's where I'm going with this. It's just so funny to me because I can't, like, how many of the fucking idiot Zoomers who just got into politics like a year ago, who say stuff like Obama was a failure, how many of them are still on their fucking parents' insurance because of the ACA? The Democrats have done nothing but fuck us for the last several years. Also, because of the Democrats, about 50 million people now have access to healthcare, and you can't be denied insurance for having a pre-existing condition. Like, it used to be the case in this country that if you didn't have insurance and then you got cancer and went, oh shit, I need insurance to cover fucking chemo, and then you would go to the insurance companies and they would say, no, we can't cover you because you have a pre-existing condition. That's a fucking insane system that we had. And that's no longer a thing because Democrats won enough elections to get enough votes to pass comprehensive healthcare. The Biden administration, in the first couple years of his presidency, cut childhood poverty in half. In half. That is crazy. Through an expanded child tax credit, they wanted to make that permanent, which would have required a veto-proof majority, and every single Republican voted to block it. Getting rid of everything? All right. In California, here's a bill that Newsom signed into law. Requires court records related to gender transitions of transgender and non-binary adults to be sealed, protecting privacy and reducing the risk of discrimination. The Equality California priority bills, there were 7 signed in 2025. They did, among other things, strengthen protections for transgender and non-binary people, safeguard privacy, support LGBTQ plus families, promote fairness in housing and employment. If I just click on it, we can look into the individual provisions here. AB 82 protects transgender people and those seeking reproductive health care by restricting the sharing of sensitive prescription data and strengthening safeguards for patients and providers against harassment and violence. AB 678, ensuring safe and inclusive housing, requires the state to take proactive steps to ensure homelessness programs provide safe, affirming, and culturally competent services for LGBTQ plus people amid eroding federal protections. AB 1084, streamlining access to accurate IDs, expedites the process for transgender and non-binary Californians to obtain court-ordered name and gender marker changes, ensuring timely access to accurate IDs essential for safety in everyday life. SB 59, safeguarding transgender privacy, making court records for legal name and gender marker changes confidential, protecting transgender and non-binary people from harassment and violence amid escalating anti-trans attacks. SB 450, protecting LGBTQ plus family rights, allows LGBTQ plus parents from other states to confirm their parentage rights in California courts if their child was born here, safeguarding families amid growing national hostility. SB 497, strengthening transgender shield laws, prohibits out-of-state law enforcement from obtaining or sharing sensitive prescription data without a warrant and bars providers from complying with out-of-state subpoenas, seeking information about transgender patients. SB 590, expanding inclusive paid family leave, expands California's paid family leave program to include chosen and extended family, guaranteeing workers the ability to care for loved ones beyond traditional family definitions. AB 554, expanding access to HIV prevention, would have guaranteed access to it said would have. I don't know if that was passed. I mean, either which way. The governor of California does a lot of things. They're in charge of a lot of things. They make a lot of decisions. They sign a lot of bills. As soon as somebody says something like the Democrats who have done nothing but fuck us for the last several years, it's like, this person is not, and it's like they're accusing me of not having any nuance. And then they just make this insane blanket statement. Should we look up what Pritzker has signed into law in terms of like pro-trans or pro-LGBTQ plus? Like, I don't know a ton about the stuff that he's done, but I hear he's been like super based on LGBTQ plus people, right? House Bill 4664, 2023, protecting access to gender-affirming healthcare, safeguards access to gender-affirming care in Illinois, protects Illinois healthcare providers from targeting legal targeting by states that criminalize or restrict such care, bundled with protections for reproductive health care. HB 0009, easier legal gender marker changes on birth certificates, removes the previous requirement for proof of surgery or clinical treatment, allows individuals to change their gender marker on their birth certificate by signing a statement affirming their gender identity or intersex status. Name change reform, removing barriers to legal name changes, repeals the requirement that name changes be publicly published, which previously endangered trans people by outing them. Simplifies and protects the privacy of name-changing process. HB 5507, gender marker changes for out-of-state birth certificates, allows Illinois residents born in other states to change their legal gender on their birth certificates through Illinois courts, expands access for trans people who otherwise face restrictive laws in their birth states. Transgender Day of Visibility Recognition. While not a bill, Pritzker formally proclaimed March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility in Illinois, reinforces the state's human rights protections for transgender people, and directs agencies to issue guidance on gender identity discrimination. What about Walz? What has Walz done? Trans Refuge Law 2023. Minnesota enacted legislation making the state a refuge for people seeking gender-affirming healthcare. The law protects families and providers from legal consequences imposed by other states that restrict or criminalize gender-affirming care. It ensures Minnesota courts and law enforcement will not cooperate with out-of-state attempts to remove children or prosecute parents for obtaining such care. Gender Affirming Care Protection Act 2023, signed as a part of a package of 3 rights protecting bills, explicitly protects people seeking or providing gender affirming healthcare in Minnesota. Reinforces that Minnesota is a safe state for accessing medically recognized gender affirming treatment. Number 3, executive order protecting access to gender affirming care. Walz issued an executive order directing state agencies to protect the rights of LGBTQ people, including those from other states, to receive gender-affirming care in Minnesota. The order instructs agencies not to assist out-of-state, So it looks like he did like a executive order first, and then they passed the bill. Broader civil rights protections. Minnesota law already prohibits discrimination based on gender identity under the state's Human Rights Act. The Attorney General's office publishes guidance affirming these protections and explaining how they apply in employment, housing, education, and public accommodations. Anyways, this is just like one issue, you guys. This is one hyper niche specific example of Democratic Party politicians using the power given to them by the public to expand rights for probably the most vulnerable population in the country right now. While you're at it, look up Wes Moore trans bills. Let's do it. (2023) Executive Order protecting gender-affirming healthcare protects anyone seeking, receiving, or providing gender-affirming care in Maryland from legal consequences imposed by other states. Directs Maryland agencies to refuse cooperation with out-of-state investigations. Prohibits state agencies from sharing medical records of transgender individuals for such investigations. Coverage of the executive order emphasizes that it is part of a broader effort to counter anti-trans legislation nationwide and ensure that Maryland remains a safe environment for transgender people. The track record is a little bit shorter in Maryland, but there are a few significant actions it looks like he took here. Moore's executive order has been publicly described by advocates as making Maryland a sanctuary state for LGBTQIA plus individuals, especially transgender people seeking safety and healthcare access. I mean, we could do this issue by issue. Do you guys understand this? We could go down every single issue. Renewable energy projects, education, paid leave, unemployment benefits. Like every fucking issue, we could go down and we could look into what the blue states are doing and compare that to what the red states are doing, literally on basically every fucking issue. And there's just no question that when we give Democrats power, I don't love every policy they do in every city and every state that they control the government, but on balance, they are universes apart from Republicans. So for people like this person say that the Democrats have done nothing but fuck us for the last several years, it's like, really? That is the extent of your analysis? Don't you want to unpack that a little bit? Like, don't you want to justify that statement at all? That's a pretty big claim. You don't feel like that would be an opportunity for you to expand on that? It's only a 26-minute video. This could have been an hour-and-a-half video. You could have actually taken the time to, you know, explain your thinking a little bit. Instead, you just appeal to these like vague platitudes that don't mean anything. You know, like, we should really, you know, when we're talking about Hassan Piker, you know what I really like about him? He shows up. What the fuck does that mean? How is it responsive to the things that I said about Hassan? And he accused me of like not saying anything. Okay, all right.
I found this pretty insane clip where he blames people like Hassan and the far left for the reason why the Supreme Court supermajority happened.
Yes! You can say that in 2016. Yes. You can blame them. You can blame a lot of like individual groups because that election was so close that if more disaffected lefties had voted in 2016, that would have been a different result. We would not have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. We might even have a 5-4 majority for Democrats. Yes, it was their fault. It was also, you know, not just their faults, but yes, it was like you can directly blame them. Yeah. He tried to do sweeping student loan debt. And do you know who rejected him? The Supreme Court. Do you know how they were able to reject him? Because there's a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Do you know how they got to a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court? Because I'm losing my temper. People like Hassan, in part because people like Hassan use the massive platform that they have to tell their audience that there's really no difference between Democrats and Republicans. Yeah. It doesn't matter if a Democrat or Republican wins in 2016, even though Ruth Bader Ginsburg was like 152 years old. And we all knew there was a serious risk that she wouldn't make it to 20. Hold on, I have the perfect clip for this. Who would then use those majorities to stifle the kind of crap.
It's true. The Force, the Jedi.
Okay, ignore that part.
All of it. It's all true.
Yep. Just ignore the part about the Force. You get it. It wasn't enough. So maybe if you guys would have taken the Supreme Court more seriously in 2016, he would have been able to forgive more student loan debt, but you didn't. So this is the position that we're in.
Hutch is completely stuck because of this warlike mentality he has.
You're not even gonna fucking address what I said? Tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Did Donald Trump, was he able to reshape the Supreme Court in a way that locks us into a Republican majority for probably the next minimum 20 years? Is that not true? Are you telling me that I'm wrong? That was a consequence of Donald Trump winning. It didn't have to be 6-3. Like the difference between, like 2016 was probably the most important election of the 21st century. Probably. 2008 was really important because it led to the ACA, which, you know, 50 million people have healthcare that didn't before. That's kind of a big deal. But in terms of what the Supreme Court can block and what they can allow, and the fact that that's now locked in until, again, yeah, probably like 2050 at the earliest. I don't really know what to do about that, if not packing the Supreme Court or doing Supreme Court reforms and enforcing term limits. I don't really know how to fix that problem. That was because of the 2016 election. Am I wrong about that? Like he doesn't even address the point that I just made. He's just so caught up in the us versus them. It's like, I just said something. Do you disagree with what I said? You put it in your video. In 2016, he would have been able to forgive more student loan debt, but you didn't. So this is the position that we're in.
Hutch is completely stuck because of this warlike mentality he has adopted in believing that for some reason focusing on the left is the broad ultimate solution, and not that the Democrats have had complete autonomy this entire time. And
you have had complete autonomy. You guys have had complete autonomy, okay? And you treat it like the Democrats force you to help Republicans. That's how you frame it. What choice did Kamala Harris give me? I had no choice but to help Donald Trump win. You have autonomy. That is not, you do have a choice. You pretend like you don't, but you do.
And have just completely misread what the American people actually want and
don't claim to speak on behalf of the American people, okay? Not from the fucking BreadTube left. Like, please, for the love of God, stop pretending like you speak for the American public, like you speak for the median normie voter, okay?
Thrown everything into the gutter is just not something that seems to ever cross his mind. The fact that we fucking lost in 2024 and that Biden did very little over his entire term. Any of the gains that he did make were either temporary or lapsed. And
why do you think that is? First of all, to say he didn't really do very much, that, like, you're just not a serious person at that point. He did so many things. What are you talking? We could talk about 200, 300 different things that he did as president. He's the president. They do things every fucking day. He didn't do very many things. What are you talking about? And then, like, oh, well, the stuff that he did, you know, that was only temporary and a lot of it has already lapsed. Well, why do you think that is? Is that his fault? He had a 50-50 majority in the Senate. Zero room for error. He had like a pretty small majority in the House. Like, you didn't, the American public did not give him a big enough mandate in the Congress to enact meaningful, lasting, like permanent legislation. So he did what he could within the boundaries of what was possible. And the stuff that he did do on balance directly helped American families, poor families. He disproportionately targeted black people in this country for additional support, through additional support behind black entrepreneurs. Donated more money than any other president before him to HBCUs, historically black colleges. Student loan forgiveness, that disproportionately helped black people in this country. The student loan forgiveness that he did do, or he was able to do. He did that shit. He appointed Lena Khan, who, you know, enacted reforms that made it so, for example, you could quit your gym membership with a single button press. Donald Trump got rid of that, by the way. Went to bat for unions, even the ones the strike that he broke in 2023, even them. Spent months after that happened behind the scenes, his administration helping the union negotiate with the railway companies, and then helped them to secure some of the conditions that they were asking for. What do you mean he didn't do much when he was president? Were you even paying attention? If I asked this person, Crimes 2 Roman, list 20 things that Joe Biden did when he was president, I'm not sure if he could even get to 5, based on what I'm hearing in this video so far. I'm not confident he could get to 5, let alone 20. And then he has the nerve to say that Joe Biden didn't do much when he was president. It's fucking ridiculous. Dazvidani with $10. Leftists will treat forgiving 12% of all student debt as a defeat and a betrayal. Republicans get pride flags taken down at embassies and treat it as a huge victory. There's an imbalance here. Yes. Yes. Kayla with 23 months. F. Hutch. He fell off. No maidens. Mike with 17 months. Thank you for being liberal bulwark that we need. Genuinely don't know how you're so patient with Pisco, though. I feel like he's unnecessarily condescending towards you. I love Pisco. He's my boy. I love Pisco.
The fact that Trump has been able to do what? half of Project 2025 over the course of a year of him being in office with less of a majority than Biden.
Literally, like almost none of that came from legislation. Also, did he just say less? Wait, hang on.
Do what? Half of Project 2025 over the course of a year of him being in office with less of a majority than Biden has.
He is right in the House and wrong in the Senate where it matters more. Like the margin of your majority matters so much more in the Senate than in the House. Just to be clear, but he's right that Trump has a smaller majority in the House. It's just typically, even though there's more members there, it seems to be a little bit easier to get uniform votes in the House than it is the Senate. Like the Senate usually have more people that are pushing for, you know, certain provisions to be removed or added from legislation. But the other thing too is like Project 2025. How many of those things required bills from Congress? Like what amount of Project 2025 that has been accomplished so far came from like the big beautiful bill? Like I don't even know the answer to that question. But a lot of what was laid out in 2025, Project 2025, were things that Trump could do independent of the Congress. He could just do it through executive authority. What are the big goals that this person has? Like this person's political project. What kind of things? I assume he's going to give me a laundry list of things like the Green New Deal and Medicare for All and national paid family leave. And they're going to rattle off like 20 policies that all require bills from Congress. Like Biden cannot just like sign an executive order and give everybody fucking Medicare for all. The goals that the Democratic Party are going for, the ones that sort of define our party's priorities, like most of them, 99% of them, are things that would have to come from Congress. The Republican Party's goals are to like torch the federal government, light everything on fire, and then turn around and go to the public and say, see, government doesn't work. That's they want tax cuts and they want to like gut the federal bureaucracy. Those are like by far their two largest priorities. And you can do, as it turns out, you can do a lot of that. You can do a lot of that without Congress. So to Vishy's point, there's this asymmetry going on in terms of like the goals of the Republican Party and the goals of the Democratic Party. Goals of the Democratic Party are way, way more bold, way more aspirational, way more transformative, and subsequently require way more consensus in the Congress. And if the American people don't deliver a Congress that is able to pass something like Medicare for All, well, then you have a situation like you had with Biden where you just do everything that you actually can do with the kind of majorities that you have. You should be celebrating that approach. Like getting 100% of nothing means nothing. Not settling for anything other than Medicare for All gets you nothing, literally nothing. What principle are you upholding by accomplishing nothing, achieving nothing?
During his term, just for some reason, doesn't ever cross his mind. But
no, but listen, I say this respectfully, crime's too Roman. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think you like know much about what happens at the federal level. And I don't think you don't seem to know much about like what Biden does or what other Democrats do when they're given power by their constituents in other states. You don't really seem interested enough to just like look up some of the things that they do.
Digress. I think that debate culture has almost kind of evolved into this form of content where Hutch, even though he's not directly debating people like Hassan or Emma Vigeland that he also doesn't like, when he makes content,
she's just the worst, let's be honest.
when he talks to his viewers in streams, he tries to almost debate them in the videos and then
True. True. Nobody gets stun locked like me, bro. Nobody. I'm the best in the game right now.
Break down their claims by kind of collapsing all nuance as possible, even if he is...
The nerve this guy has to accuse me of collapsing nuance when he's making these broad, meaningless statements and platitudes. And then to turn around and be like, he just doesn't have a nuanced view of things. The nerve of this guy to throw that at me. Like, have some fucking self-awareness, bro.
Entirely unequipped to handle the discussion at hand. Like, there's a really interesting...
I am so positive, you guys, if this guy agreed to have a conversation with me, and it would be nice. Like, I'm telling you guys, I wouldn't go like 0 to 100 right away. You guys have seen me have conversations with people that have stark ideological differences with me, and I'm nice. I'm not looking for like some crazy conflict. I will even steer the conversation away from conflict. I am so sure that if this guy had a conversation with me and I pressed him to expand on a lot of these vague nonsense statements that he's making, it would just, I promise you, because it's happened like 1,000 times. I can't tell you how many like extreme online lefties I've had conversations with where they can't answer like a basic question. They don't even want to think about the basic question, because answering these questions honestly would just fucking nuke their entire worldview. So they protect themselves and they protect this worldview by never asking themselves the questions. There's never any like internal critique. And so they land on the most absurd positions you could possibly imagine. Say, for example, proposing that we get rid of all like CBP agents along the border and replace them with lawyers who will just hand people papers as they're coming into the country and do no vetting. Somebody said that shit to me. They debate broed themselves into saying that seriously to me in a conversation. Somebody actually said that to me, okay? That's just one example of like 1,000 of an absurd position that people like him land on because they don't like think about this shit, okay?
Clip that I watched of his video where he thinks that Emma Vingland got dunked on by MSNBC on this panel where she talks about how
she did.
The Democrats need to do something else instead of being a bunch of flip-floppy, limp-dicked assholes who don't really do anything besides kowtow to the big tech oligarchy donor foundation that they've built.
Wow. How many more buzzwords can you fit in there? The Democratic Party do nothing but kowtow to the big tech oligarchy? Really? Like literally nothing? Are we being hyperbolic? They do literally nothing but kowtow. You don't think there's other things that they do? What was the point of appointing Lena Khan? What was the point of that? Was she super fucking, was she like bending the knee to like corporate oligarchs when he appointed her to be the head of the NSL, what is it called? The NSLRB or whatever it's called?
For themselves over the past 10 years or so. And
10
Hutch
years.
can only interpret this as her wanting them to be more on the left.
He's got 48% strong disapproval. How come the Democratic Party's approval rating is lower as a brand
because
than
of the muddled message that I was just trying to elucidate.
So you believe it's because they're not far left enough?
No, I believe that there needs to be a different approach to politics here.
That just so happens to be pretty far left. Like I'm sorry, but she's just lying here. He was right. That is what she's saying. She wants to replace the Democrats in the Congress that are not sufficiently left-wing in her view. And she just denied it. She just kind of like shied away. Like, I don't know why she denied it. I don't know what her instincts told her in that moment. Why would she not just own it? Of course that's what she's saying. Of course that's what she's saying.
Not building.
To be fair, I mean, like, she kind of dodged that, but no, that is what she's saying. She's saying that the Democratic Party is not left enough, and that's why they've lost popularity, and I think she's probably obfuscating a little bit here and avoiding that conclusion.
Obviously, people like me and people like Emma think it would be great for them to be more left. But in the context of this discussion, it isn't even about them being more left. It's about them having any balls to do.
It is, though. You can delude yourself into thinking otherwise, but that is what this is about.
Any of the stuff.
Because they think that, like, here's the problem. That people like her and him think that the only people with balls in the Democratic Party are like the progressive left. That's what they think. They don't think like, people that they consider to be moderate. Fucking Sam Cedar, like an hour ago when we were watching that video, called that one guy a conservative Democrat, and then we went to his issues page and he looks pretty progressive to me. That's their whole like framework. They think anybody outside of their particular kind of purity tested politics that don't have like the balls to meet this moment. That's their whole thing.
That they legitimately said that they were going to do in the first place. Like, they gave up on $15 minimum wage.
What do you mean they gave up on it? Like, they didn't have the votes. Like, typically at that point, when you have a 50-50 Senate and 2 senators are hard no's, and at that point, Biden has 2 options. Okay, you can drag out that fight for, I don't know, what are we talking? Weeks, months? And I can just guess what his position is, send, surrogates into West Virginia and Arizona to publicly pressure Manchin and Sinema to bend on the $15 an hour minimum wage after they fire the Senate parliamentarian, I guess. You can do that. That's an option, sure. Or you can pass what the consensus allows for and start getting to other parts of your agenda. Okay, you've wasted a few weeks. The outcome didn't change. These people will never acknowledge that. They live in an alternative reality where literally anything is possible. It's like fully Green Lantern, yeah. They will never acknowledge that something is out of reach. And so, you can waste weeks or months doing that, or you can fucking pass that bill, which consequently lifted half of children in this country out of poverty, or you can just like waste weeks or months. It's like ridiculous.
They did nothing to address affordability. Once again, they're in the process of throwing trans people under the bus. Like, I just genuinely don't know how you can look at the fact.
The throwing trans people under the bus. I mean, this is a serious question. Can anybody name me political parties in the world right now that have done more to like hold the line on protecting trans rights and expanding trans rights and like protecting gender affirming care? What political party like in the entire world can compete with the Democrats on that front? That is genuine curiosity. The Liberal Party in Canada? Okay. The Labour Party? I don't think so. Not in the UK. It's still not popular, by the way. We're in the middle of a cultural kind of anti-trans kind of pendulum swing right now. Hopefully we're swinging away from that in disgust of the current like MAGA movement, but not particularly popular decisions that Democrats are making when you look at the public polling. But we looked into Westmore, we looked into Pritzker, we looked into Walz, we looked into Newsom. All of those governors have taken significant actions to protect and expand the rights of trans people in those states. How did Kamala Harris shy away from her support for trans people? Kamala Harris, by the way, is like the worst person that you could possibly accuse of being anti-trans or abandoning trans people. Kamala Harris has a track record going back to fucking 2004. when she was district attorney in San Francisco. I wonder if he knows this, by the way. When she was district attorney of San Francisco in 2004, she was training her prosecutors that served underneath her, training them on how to beat quote unquote trans panic defenses. Have you guys heard of this? Trans people would be murdered. It was typically a trans woman would be murdered, and then it would go to trial, and then the defendant, the cisgendered men defendants would claim that they had a trans panic, where they engaged in some kind of sexual encounter with a trans person, discovered that they were trans and had male sex organs, and then in a fit of, like, I don't know, rage, murdered these people. And these people were getting either acquitted or getting much lighter sentences because of these defenses. Back in 2004, before the trans issue really hit the mainstream, which didn't happen really until like 10 years after that, she was pushing for these kinds of things in her capacity as district attorney in San Francisco in 2004. Okay. She established a task force within her office as district attorney dedicated to trans victims of crime. Okay. And she staffed that task force with trans people. Like, again, a full like 10 years before the public started to give a fuck about like trans rights. There was nothing in her campaign to indicate that she was walking away from her position of like supporting and protecting trans people. Nothing. These guys are hyper focused on the trans sports issue to make their case that the Democrats are like abandoning trans people, and it's fucking ridiculous. Because I have yet to see any of these prominent Democrats on these podcasts, whenever this issue gets brought up, I have yet to see a single Democrat that's come out and said that we should pass legislation and compel athletic bodies to allow to like ban trans women. Like, all of them are saying the government should stay out of that decision-making process. It's so fucking stupid. There's one party in this country that are holding the line in support of trans people. And I think, if I had to guess, most trans people know this. If I had to guess, I'm not going to be so bold as to claim to speak on behalf of all trans people in this country. But I'll bet you anything, if you polled 1,000 random trans people in this country and asked them, would you rather live in a blue state or a red state? Like, what do you think the percentage is going to be of trans people that say a blue state versus a red state? I'm saying it's literally going to be like 99%. Because they know if they go to a state with a blue governor and a blue legislature, there's a very decent chance that that state will have passed bills protecting their rights. And they know if they go to a state where there's a red governor and a red legislature, there's a very good chance that those states are going to pass bills restricting their rights. It's fucking ridiculous. This like they're abandoning trans people in this country. It's fucking unbelievable.
They did nothing to address affordability. Once again, they're in the process of throwing trans people under the bus. Like, I just genuinely don't know how you can look at the fact that Trump won and so many people neglected to not vote and see that as an issue of the far left not sucking off the Democrats enough, but instead that the Democrats like just have lost the faith of the public because they're endlessly trying to push this garbage centrism. That
why do these people, I don't understand, because if it's these moderate candidates that have lost the faith of the public, why are those moderate candidates on average beating their progressive primary challengers? They spend all this time talking about the Democrats that lose elections to Republicans. What about the progressive primary challengers that lose those races to the moderates. Where's the reflection on that? Is this guy going to ask? Well, you know, like if my vision of America and government in America is so much better and so much more palatable for the electorate, how come my candidates aren't like crushing it all over the country? How come we're not like taking over the party? There's no consideration. He doesn't ask that question. It's just all about like this hyper specific focus on Democrats that lose elections to Republicans. Like no internal critique. It's just insane to me that this guy thinks that he can speak on behalf of like the median American. And I'm the one that's out of touch? Okay.
That nobody actually wants. To speak on the trans thing for a little bit as well.
Please do. I'm so curious.
There's another video that I watched where Hutch gets extremely mad at Hassan saying something along the lines of things wouldn't really be that much better for trans people under Kamala if she won as opposed to Trump right now.
He's going to tell you that, and by the way, there's...
I've pre-watched this and I don't even know if I have what it takes to get through this next part. I don't know if I have it in me. I genuinely don't know if I have it in me to, because my blood pressure is already rising.
Things wouldn't really be...
Let's just, all right, listen, I'm just going to do my best to just let this part play and just hear him make his point, and then we'll just, we'll go from there.
Lost the faith of the public because they're endlessly trying to push this garbage centrism that nobody actually wants. To speak on the trans thing for a little bit as well, there's another video that I watched where Hutch gets extremely mad at Hassan saying something along the lines of things wouldn't really be that much better for trans people under Kamala if she won as opposed to Trump right now.
He's going to tell you that, and by the way, there's this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver. But don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now?
What an insane thing to say. That is crazy because they validated people's concerns when it came to trans girls in sports. That's all they did. I understand why parents have those concerns. I maybe that is literally it, by the way. Have some of the same concerns. It's really never backed away from like protecting gender affirming care. Never backed away from pushing back against like the cruelty of the anti-trans movement. They did not like walk any of that back. Difficult issue, but it should be up to, the individual athletic bodies to determine whatever regulations, and the government shouldn't be involved.
He also says this, which I find to be absolutely hilarious.
If you want better outcomes for trans people, I believe you have a moral obligation to dunk on Hassan every time he says stupid shit like this. You are morally obligated to call this out. Unironically, some of the best trans advocacy you can do is debunking Hassan Piker claims about like the Democratic Party. You in that action would be doing more for trans people than Hassan has ever done in his entire life.
This is
fucking unbelievably. I can't believe I said something that based. Nico with $5. Are any concerns about trans integration considered anti-trans narratives? Yeah, in their minds, yeah. I mean, me personally, I agree with all of the Democrats that I've seen speak on this issue so far that politically, tactically, and morally, it makes the most sense to just acknowledge that people have concerns about like the sports issue. You can think that it's stupid. I do. It's virtually a non-existent problem. Like, I don't even know if we're in the triple digits nationwide across all age groups in terms of like trans girls competing in sports. When Stacy came on the podcast, she was talking about how like the irony is that like most trans people are not playing sports. But the only action that makes sense is just acknowledge that people have seen kind of more extreme examples show up on their social media feed and just feel a bit funny about that, but then also commit to, I don't think the state should get involved. It's not up to the state to do these kinds of measures. Why is the state getting involved in athletic bodies and how they regulate their own sports? Like, that is like the sensible, smart play. I don't think the Democrats should ever get on board with banning, like, legislation to ban trans girls from sports. I would be so disappointed if Democrats actually did this, and I'm glad that that's not happening. Ace with $5. I'm betting a year tops crime new Romans gets serious. Okay, hang on. I'm not reading that. Jesus Christ. Das Vidani with $2. I'm told Iran and Hamas buy these sorts of people. Wait, what? In what context? I read that a little too late. All Elite memes with the tier 1 membership. Biden actually proved me wrong. He did a lot in 4 years. He did.
This is, again,
Hassan Piker claims about like the Democratic Party. You in that action would be doing more for trans people than Hassan has ever done in his entire life.
This is, again, kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hassan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly angry and...
Educate me. Okay, great. Now's the fucking perfect opportunity. Fucking educate me. If Hassan's right that people's lives, trans people specifically, wouldn't have been materially all that better if Kamala won over Trump, tell me, like, go into detail. Like, I'm here to learn. I'm an empty glass. Fill me up, you know? I'm curious and I'm teachable.
In ways that, to somebody like me who is queer and is involved heavily in trans rights and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hassan knows what he's fucking talking about. And Hutch is literally just like LARPing being a trans activist right now. Any queer...
Educate me, for Christ's sakes. Justify this claim. Do something, you know, like literally anything. Like, just give me anything to go with here. If you're going to agree with Hassan.
Queer person with any reasonable amount of historical knowledge knows that even though, yes, the right absolutely hates us and wants us to basically burn in pits, the Democrats tolerate us. And
this is fucking unbelievable. I mean, I read, should we do another one? Like, what bills has Governor Whitmer signed into law, expanding and protecting rights for trans people? We did Walls, we did Pritzker, we did Newsom, we did Westmore. We'll go to Whitmer. What has Whitmer done? Expansion of the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. Michigan's civil rights law was amended to explicitly include gender identity as a protected category. This expansion strengthened protections in employment, housing, public accommodations for transgender Michiganders. That seems pretty fucking expansive. Strengthened protections in employment, housing, and public accommodations. Whitmer signed legislation making Michigan the 20th state to outlaw the use of gay panic or trans panic defenses in court. That's what I was just talking about a few minutes ago. Kamala was doing that shit when nobody else in the country was. Kamala was so unbelievably ahead of the curve. Way out in front on that one. Whitmer signed legislation banning conversion therapy for minors. Hello? Hello? What? That seems like a big deal. I can't think of anything more cruel and torturous for a child than to send them to gay conversion like retreats or whatever. I can't even imagine the humiliation, the degradation, the shame that a young queer person would feel in one of those places. And she signed a bill banning that shit. How many thousands of kids were spared that humiliation and that shame because of this? And that's like nothing to this person? Like basically, that's, according to him, that's Democrats, quote unquote, tolerating queer people? Anti-discrimination protections cemented into law. Additional legislation clarified and strengthened.
That way, I did a service. I was provided a important utility for society. Maybe I'm the reason Nicholas Fenton is gay.
We can't rule it out. I'm not saying I'm the reason he's gay, but we can't rule it out. I might have put him on that path. Anti-discrimination protections cemented into law. Additional legislation clarified and strengthened Michigan's anti-discrimination framework by explicitly protecting people on the basis of sex and gender identity, reinforcing the ELRCA. What about just like the state of Oregon? What bills have passed the state legislature and were signed into law, banning and protecting rights for trans people in Oregon? It's just, I'm assuming Oregon's legislature is pretty blue, right? Governor Kate Brown signed a bill in 2017 that allows transgender Oregonians to update their name and gender marker on their birth certificates without a court order. By the way, you can't do that shit on I don't even know if you can do that anymore with the Trump thing, or maybe that had to do with just passports. Removes the requirement that such changes be publicly posted in court records, so it protects them from being outed. We already talked about that one earlier. Protects trans people from discrimination by preventing employers, landlords, or others from accessing old gender-related records. That seems like kind of a big deal. They passed a gender-affirming care protection law in 2023. Governor Tina Kotek signed a bill protecting access to gender-affirming care, access to abortion care, providers and patients from out-of-state legal threats related to receiving or providing gender-affirming care in Oregon. I don't know how to make sense of that sentence. In 2023, transgender health care access expansion. Oregon lawmakers passed a law intended to ensure transgender Oregonians can access medically necessary gender-affirming treatments without excessive cost or administrative barriers. Strengthen insurance coverage requirements for gender-affirming care. Reduce delays and red tape for transition-related medical services. This law was celebrated by legislators as life-saving and aimed at reducing unaliving risk by trans people. What about Washington? Statewide anti-discrimination protections back in 2006. Let's go. Protects trans people in employment, housing, public accommodations, credit, and insurance. This is one of the strongest and earliest statewide protections in the U.S. Washington law allows transgender people to change their gender marker on state IDs and birth certificates without requiring surgery. This is codified in state policy and supported by administrative rules. It ensures trans people can obtain accurate identity documents. Washington State LGBTQ Commission, apparently they have their own commission, highlights a broad set of inclusive laws and policies enacted through the legislature and signed by governors over time. These include protections for gender expression and identity across state systems, enforcement mechanisms for discrimination complaints, state level support for LGBTQ plus communities, additional rights affirmed in state legal guides. Washington law guarantees the right to use restrooms consistent with gender identity, the right to change name and gender markers on identity documents, protection from harassment and discrimination in public spaces. Are there some other states that why don't we do Joe Biden? What did Joe Biden do? during his time as president to expand or establish rights for trans people. Executive Order 13988 signed. Guys, guess when he signed this executive order? Just take a guess. At what point in his presidency did he sign this executive order? Required all federal agencies to interpret existing sex-based non-discrimination laws to include gender identity and sexual orientation. This directed agencies across government, employment, housing, education, healthcare, and more to enforce protections for transgender people. Do you want to know what day he signed that one on? Fucking day one. January 20th, 2021. That motherfucking big dick Biden went straight from the podium, giving his inauguration speech, directly to the White House, and he signed that on day one. He was, to my knowledge, the first president that ever even openly talked about trans rights. Am I wrong about that one? I could be. Under Joe Biden, agencies were instructed to restore and strengthen protections against discrimination in healthcare settings, reversing prior rollbacks and ensuring transgender people could not be denied care based on gender identity. The administration pushed for Title IX enforcement that includes protections for transgender students, including access to facilities and programs consistent with their gender identity. This was part of the broader implementation of the executive order that I talked about a little bit ago. Biden reversed the previous administration's restrictions on transgender military service, allowing transgender individuals to serve openly again. This was part of the administration's broader LGBTQ plus equality agenda. The administration supported and signed legislation strengthening LGBTQ plus rights, such as the Respect for Marriage Act, while primarily was about marriage equality, was part of a broader civil rights framework benefiting LGBTQ plus people, including transgender Americans. Guys, Joe Biden codified into federal law by signing the Respect for Marriage Act. He made it so that even if these motherfuckers, these religious conservative puritanical Satanists, if they are successful in their push for the current Supreme Court to overturn Obergefell versus, was it Hodges? Obergefell? And they allow states to ban same-sex marriages again because of the bill that Joe Biden signed into law. If you go to another state that recognizes gay marriages and will issue marriage certificates to gay couples, and then you go back to the state that you live in that banned gay marriage, that state has to recognize your marriage. They cannot prevent gay people, queer couples, from being married in this country. I mean, it is a shame, the idea that we could get rid of Obergefell and the idea that queer people would be forced to travel out of state to get married. That is abhorrent. And another example of like cruelty and humiliation. But because of this bill that Biden signed, these states cannot deny that those marriage certificates are valid. Biden did that shit. Okay? Across multiple agencies, the administration worked to expand workplace protections, improve access to federal services, and counter discrimination in housing, foster care, and other systems. Biden repeatedly used the presidency to affirm transgender people's dignity and rights, including explicit statements and major addresses that your president has your back, signaling federal commitment to transgender equality. Now, what has Donald Trump done? That seems relevant. I mean, I was ready for this guy to teach me. I'm here to learn, but apparently I had to look all this shit up myself. What has Donald Trump done as president? Okay. He signed an executive order. Also, on the first day of his second term, by the way, within a few hours of being inaugurated, he signed an executive order defining only two sexes, called the Biological Truth Order. Signed in Trump's first hours of his second term, recognizes only two sexes and prohibits federal funds from being used for what the administration calls, quote, gender ideology. This order is described as sweeping and part of a broader campaign to roll back transgender rights and Biden-era inclusion policies. The implications are that federal agencies must interpret sex strictly as male or female based on reproductive function. This undermines protections for trans people across healthcare, education, employment, and federal programs. This also means that your passport, if you are a trans person, will have the gender assigned at birth. We had the example of the trans actress from Euphoria. I forget her name. I like her as an actress. This is an example of a trans woman that nobody would ever question that they were a woman. If you see a picture of this young woman, Hunter Schafer, she posted a thing on IG about her passport.
Trans people are beautiful. We are never going to stop existing. I'm never going to stop being trans. A letter and a passport can't change that, and this administration.
Trans actress and model Hunter Schafer recently received a new passport with her gender marker listed as M for male. This comes after President Donald Trump signed an executive action that the federal government will only recognize two sexes and that they are not changeable. Hunter took to her TikTok story to share her frustration.
So my initial reaction to this, because
she seems a little tipsy in this in this video. Am I crazy? This seems like 2 to 3 wine glasses.
President, you know, is a lot of talk, was like, I'll believe it when I see it. And today, I saw it.
Which, I mean, fair, you know.
On my new passport.
I'd probably want to get a little tipsy too, I'll be honest.
Male. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna come along with having to out myself to like Border Patrol agents and that whole gig much more often than I would like to or is really necessary.
The Euphoria star said she first changed
her. That happened because of Donald Trump. Literally, he did that the first day of his second presidency. That executive order undermines protections for transgender people across healthcare, education, employment, and federal programs. Number 2, reversal of Biden-era LGBTQ plus protections across federal agencies. Reporting confirms Trump began eroding federal LGBTQ plus protections through executive orders immediately upon taking office. Examples include rolling back non-discrimination protections in federal employment. Weakening protections in housing, education, and healthcare that had been restored or expanded under Biden. Reversing guidance that recognized gender identity in federal policy. So wait a second, if he's rolling back Biden-era policies, and then in doing that, that produced actual real-world harm for trans people, how could it be true that there's really not a big difference between like when a Democrat is president and when Donald Trump is president? Can someone explain that to me? What is he rolling back? If they were the same, he wouldn't be rolling back anything because it would just be the policy as it already existed. Can someone explain that to me? He did executive actions targeting LGBTQ plus health programs. A detailed review of Trump's second-term health-related executive action shows multiple orders that directly affect LGBTQ plus people, including transgender individuals. These actions restrict federal health programs from using gender-affirming care standards, limits data collection on LGBTQ plus health disparities, and removes inclusive language and protection in federal health regulations. Number 4, public commitment to rescind transgender rights. Trump has explicitly stated his intention to rescind transgender rights during his second term. This includes rolling back recognition of gender identity in federal law, reversing protections for transgender students, reinstating bans or restrictions on gender-affirming care in federal programs. And did he not once again ban trans people from serving in the military? Having said all of that, I just want to restart this whole section, okay? And we'll just let it play. I will not pause. I feel like we did a pretty decent deep dive in there. You know what? I don't even want to stop, bro. Hang on. I don't even want to stop. I want to keep going. What about Massachusetts? We talked about Maryland. What about Massachusetts? Seems like pretty blue, blue state. (2011) HB 3810, an act relative to gender identity, added gender identity as a protected characteristic in employment, housing, credit, and public education, added gender identity to the state's hate crime laws. The impact was that it established the first statewide anti-discrimination protections for transgender people in Massachusetts. In 2016, public accommodation protections for transgender people. It extended anti-discrimination protections to public accommodations, including restaurants, hotels, public transportation, hospitals, retail stores, guaranteed the right to use restrooms and facilities consistent with gender identity. 2025, there was a SHIELD law. They just passed this last year. Strengthens Massachusetts' status as a sanctuary state for gender-affirming care, reproductive health care, shielded patients and providers from out-of-state investigations, subpoenas, and legal actions targeting gender-affirming care. Expanded legal protections for providers delivering trans-related medical services. What about, what's another blue state, guys? What about, like, Vermont? Feel like that's probably pretty blue state. 2007, prohibited discrimination on the basis of gender identity. It applies to employment, housing, public accommodations, credit, other areas covered by Vermont's anti-discrimination statutes. Number 2, gender marker and name change reforms. Allows transgender Vermonters to change their name, gender marker on birth certificates, gender marker on state IDs. Process is streamlined and does not require surgery. Provides privacy protections for updated documents. Ongoing enforcement of anti-discrimination laws affirmed by Attorney General and Human Rights Commission. Vermont's Attorney General and Human Rights Commission reaffirmed that the state law already protects transgender people from discrimination and blah, 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 blah. We already read that one. What about, like, what's another one, you guys? New York. No. I'm not finished. I'm not finished, okay? I'm not finished. We're going to do the homework here, okay? Because I'm learning a lot of new stuff here. In New York, there are gender identity protections in state civil rights law. Prohibit discrimination on the basis of gender identity and gender expression in employment, housing, healthcare, public accommodations, education, credit, and lending, other civil rights areas. These protections were enacted through state legislation and signed into law, forming the backbone of transgender civil rights in New York. Number 2, hate crimes. Protections for gender identity. New York's hate crime statute includes protections for people targeted because of gender identity or gender expression, ensuring enhanced penalties and legal recourse. New York City human rights law from 2002 prohibits discrimination based on gender identity expression, requires correct pronoun use, protects access to bathrooms consistent with gender identity. There was another bill they passed back in 2002. Has broad statewide protections for gender identity and expression, enforces these protections through the Attorney General and Human Rights agencies, continues to consider adding additional legislation affecting transgender people, which they went on to do. I think we already did Washington. Nevada? Is Nevada technically blue? Is the Nevada legislature blue? I don't even know. I mean, we could keep going and like just pick like big cities. Why don't we do that? Why don't we spend the next 3 hours going through cities that are governed by Democrats and see what they do at the city level? In Nevada, there's a statewide anti-discrimination protection for gender identity and expression. The law bars employers from discriminating against transgender people. Protects gender identity and gender expression as a legally recognized characteristics. Guys, I'm repeating myself, obviously. Like all these blue states, they're all kind of doing the same kind of slate of laws, you know. One state does it and then the rest copy, but okay. So having done all that, how much did we spend on that? Was that 20 minutes, 30 minutes? Diving into blue states versus red states on trans issues and queer issues, or blue presidents versus red presidents. Okay. Having said all that, let's go back, rewind the tape, and let him make his case. And Bozzy with €2. All of this will be considered not enough for them. Oh, that's the inevitable goalpost shift for sure. I mean, that's pretty comprehensive, though. Passing anti-discrimination laws, making laws like refuges for people to get like gender, protecting people's those records from being public, so you don't like force these people to be outed. I mean, these are really significant protections that blue states, blue legislatures, blue governors, blue mayors, blue city councils. These are significant measures, okay? These are not just like, we're going to name a street, you know, trans street, you know. It's not just like superficial symbolic gestures. These are very meaningful actions. Das Vidani with $2 dropped a 30-second clip in the requested links. Oh, I know this clip.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay? There you go.
That is such an insane thing to say. Assuming that person is trans, that feels like kind of a safe assumption, but I could be wrong about that. What a fucking demented thing to say. Nico with $5. Yeah, but Hutch, that's just Michigan. If Gretchen Whitmer really cared, she'd do it in the nation. No, I don't need to learn how the law works. Yeah, okay. Nico with another $5. Are any concerns about transgender? I think I already got you for that one. All right.
Suck my dick. I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick. In this community, and you're...
Wow. And all of that, while he has a Reddit post here. Trans chatters thoughts on the stream and Hassan's response to criticism. I first want to start out by saying Hassan introduced me to the world of online leftism in the summer of last year, and I thank him for that. I respect him, and me criticizing him doesn't mean I think he's fundamentally bad person. I understand the potential to change people's minds, and as a streamer, Hassan has a tendency to think with content brain, but I'm upset, I think rightfully so, and I'm disheartened about Hassan's response to criticisms on this so far. I mean, what a qualifier, you know? If he's this pissed at that, at like this, with that qualifier, even though there are trans leftists saying that this was fine, many trans chatters were made to feel like their existence was a debate, then like their criticism wasn't valid when Hassan yelled at those chatters my God. And then the clip we're watching is him going like completely nuclear. Okay, we don't need to revisit that. All right, let's just, okay, we're going to replay this whole issue on trans things. Having done all the research and whatever. Okay. Now we'll listen to this part again.
See that as an issue of the far left not sucking off the Democrats enough, but instead that the Democrats like just have lost the faith of the public because they're endlessly trying to push this garbage centrism that nobody actually wants. To speak on the trans thing for a little bit as well, there's
please do.
Another video that I watched where Hutch gets extremely mad at Hassan saying something along the lines of things wouldn't really be that much better for trans people under Kamala if she won as opposed to Trump right now.
He's going to tell you that, and by the way, there's this is a wrong statement that he's going to deliver, but don't you think things would be better for trans people right now if Kamala Harris, after making concessions about transphobia and leaning into anti-trans narratives, if she had won, don't you think things would be better for trans people as opposed to right now?
What an insane thing to say. That is crazy because they validated people's concerns when it came to trans girls in sports. That's all they did. I understand why parents have those concerns. I maybe have some of the same concerns. It's a really difficult issue, but it should be up to, you know, the individual athletic bodies to determine whatever regulations, and the government shouldn't be involved.
He also says this, which I find to be absolutely hilarious.
If you want better outcomes for trans people, I believe you have a moral obligation to dunk on Hassan every time he says stupid shit like this. You are morally obligated to call this out. Unironically, some of the best trans advocacy you can do is debunking Hassan Piker claims about like the Democratic Party. You in that action would be doing more for trans people than Hassan has ever done in his entire life.
This is again kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hassan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly angry in ways that to somebody like me who is queer and is involved heavily in trans rights and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hassan knows what he's fucking talking about. And Hutch is literally just like LARPing being a trans activist right now. Any queer person with any reasonable amount of historical knowledge knows that even though, yes, the right absolutely hates us and wants us to basically burn in pits, the Democrats tolerate us and absolutely have a history of throwing us under the bus to kowtow whenever we need. For example, right now, with everything fucking Gavin Newsom is doing, everything that the Democrats have.
What is that? What is that? What are you talking about? Everything that Gavin Newsom is doing? What are you talking about? What is he doing? I am legitimately baffled right now. What does he think Gavin Newsom is doing? What? What is he saying? Like, it would be so much easier for me to understand the points that this person is making if they actually made a fucking point by substantiating it and to like somehow like get into some kind of detail. What are you talking about? Miss Teacup, long time no see. How are you doing? Thank you so much for 15 months.
I've done before with constantly kowtowing to the whole trans swimmers thing. Like, holy fuck. Like the fact that Hutch doesn't understand that this pandering is an issue that will legitimately affect building a coalition is insane. Like, he also has clips where
I told you that this is what they were doing. I fucking told you that this is what they were doing. They're ignoring all of like the bills that Newsom signed into law. Many of them being first in the nation, by the way, like literally leading the way on establishing and protecting trans protections and rights. And just not even touching that, not even looking at that. None of that is relevant to the analysis of like, has Gavin Newsom been a positive like force for trans people in California? And instead they're just looking at like podcast appearances where Newsom said, no, I understand people have concerns about fairness in sports, but the government should stay out of it. That means like that is what he's talking about when he said all the stuff that Gavin Newsom is doing to like shit on trans people. It's so stupid. Never mind. I take it back. There's no way I could have a civil conversation with this person. I take it back. I would love to have a conversation with this person. They say they don't do debates. It could just be a conversation, but I would lose my fucking mind if I had to have a conversation with this person. I would lose it. I would lose it entirely. Molly, Cragen, just an FYI, Hutch, as a trans person, this person doesn't speak for me. I don't even know what to say. I'm just, Hutch doesn't know what he's talking about. He just needs to read queer theory. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. That pretentious nonsense. And what are you saying? Nothing. You're not saying anything. You're not getting any. You literally did the fucking meme. Like, rather than engage in anything I said, you fucking literally did the meme where you're like, just read theory. That's a fucking meme, man. Like, that's a joke. It's a caricature. It's meant to be an exaggerated kind of caricature. And you literally did, like, just read theory. Really? Why don't you just fucking Google search, like, what fucking blue states have passed into law? I think that would help you understand the situation more than fucking queer theory. Ace with $2. Who are the Dems this tool is talking about? Well, he's talking about Newsom specifically here, but doesn't mention any other Democrats. Well, no, he said Kamala. He said Kamala, I guess. Kamala did what? Like, what did he say that Kamala like fed into bigoted stereotypes? I must have missed that. I have no fucking idea what he's talking about with that one. Michael with $5. I may have missed a meme phase. Maybe I'm being too literal, but how has term centrism evolved to mean policies nobody wants mathematically? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Centrist, left wing, right wing. These terms are very rapidly becoming kind of meaningless. I don't even know what I mean half the time that I say centrist, because to people like him, you know, like Pete Buttigieg is a centrist. To people like him, and Pete Buttigieg is unquestionably super fucking progressive. Newsom, who has probably the most extensive progressive track record in terms of signing bills into law, they consider him to be a centrist. Or like, yeah, I really don't know what the word means like in a vacuum anymore. I don't know if there is a vacuum definition. Quicksilver with 4 months. He called you blindly angry, then you weren't. I mean, I'm very angry listening to this video because this stuff is just so they are still pro-establishment and current systems. Left just means that you are against that. Okay, well. Like what is the left's plan to like supplant the system? And what is the new system? Are we talking about just a political system? Are we talking about an economic system? Are we talking about like the geopolitical system? Like what do you mean by that? And what's the plan to get rid of it? How's that plan coming along? What do you think? Do you think your plan is going to be successful in 20 years, 50 years, 100 years? What are we talking about? It's the vagueness that gets to me. It's just nothing but vague fucking platitudes. It drives me insane.
He defends Ezra Klein and his completely insane abundance shit and talking about building a broader umbrella, like having
completely insane abundance shit. Can you get into details there? Are we ever gonna get any fucking details from this guy?
Pro-life Democrats?
What Ezra Klein is talking about is a much more macro level analysis, prescriptive analysis. He's thinking about the much, much bigger picture. He's thinking about the problems that we face in this country from like a 30,000 foot level. 2020, she says 2025, Ezra Klein wants to abandon women in red states. That doesn't seem to be true. Quite the opposite. I think he is saying the opposite. He is, by the way. We'll get into it.
A lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm.
This laziness, man, like they're all guilty of it. They're all guilty of it. They all get their like information about this kind of discourse in 20 to 30 second clips on social media. They never, like, I am so curious if Crimes to Roman or New Roman actually listened to this entire podcast. Because if he did, hold on. Ezra Klein is worried. Ezra Klein is worried.
Today, I feel like it's almost.
I don't know if it was in this conversation that he had or if it was in the conversation he had with Ta-Nehisi Coates. Because there were two kind of long form discussions about, and for some reason, I can't, there's not a transcript available because it's auto dubbed. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know how to scrub through. Ezra was making the point. He was questioning the idea of like, how can you claim to be protecting vulnerable population? I'm paraphrasing here, so I don't know if I'm getting it exactly right, but the idea was, how can you claim to be protecting vulnerable populations if you don't have power? You can do the purity testing politics and intentionally shrinken your coalition and lose more elections and lose majorities in Congress, but you get to be like principled, like, okay, we lost the Senate, but I feel like my conscience is clear because I'm principled. That's what he meant by, like, there's a kind of irony, there's a kind of paradoxical in the modern lens. There's like a paradoxical kind of relationship between running more moderate candidates with more heterodox views who might break the party line on 1 or 2 or 3 issues, including like abortion stuff. That was a bad example that he chose. And I feel like if he had just chosen a different example, we could have avoided so much of the stupid discourse, because it all became about abortion, that specific example, and they just missed the bigger point that he was making, which is that if you really want to protect vulnerable populations like trans people, you should be prioritizing not only congressional majorities, but big congressional majorities. And you certainly should be prioritizing making sure that Republicans don't get majorities, who will then turn around and use that power to do some of the stuff that I was reading to you guys before, like restricting trans rights, rolling back trans rights. That's what he was talking about. That was Ezra Klein's point. He's not talking about abandoning women in red states. What you're actually doing by allowing Republicans to have majorities, you are the one. That is the point. How do these people not understand this? You are the one abandoning not just women in red states, but women across the fucking country by allowing Republicans to win elections. That's what happened in 2016. That's what happened. The modern idea of a coalition looks nothing like the idea of what a coalition was 100 years ago. The modern American leftist mind, they do nothing but endlessly romanticize and celebrate people like FDR and totally ignore that that his idea of a coalition is completely incompatible with their current definition of like what's an acceptable coalition. FDR was willing to make compromises with segregationists, black civil rights leaders in the era of FDR were willing to throw their weight behind him and endorse him as president, even though FDR publicly opposed civil rights legislation, publicly opposed anti-lynching legislation, because he knew that that would fracture his coalition. That version of a coalition, a political coalition in America, is annihilated, and it has been replaced by purity politics. Like, that's what Ezra Klein is speaking to. But the left, like this guy, like his analysis stops at like these pithy quotes. He'll post this clip of Ezra Klein and include like none of the broader context. Just completely misses the point altogether.
And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomforting.
Yes.
Even though they are obviously more likely to help you win.
Yes.
Right? Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri.
I imagine like a fake, this is like a total construct in my mind. You know, just imagine this, okay? Work with me on this one, okay? You know, I walk up to like, there's like a fascist takeover in this country. All right. And then I give like a rousing speech in front of like 100 young people that are like getting ready to fight fascism. You know, imagine like William Wallace, Aragorn kind of levels of like hype. And then I ask, you know, these 100 young lefties, what would you do to resist fascism? Would you take up arms? Yeah. You know, the crowd goes wild. Would you hide people in your attic? Yeah. Would you commit to violence? Would you risk your life? Yeah. Would you vote for a center-left Democrat in Nebraska? No. That's where I draw the line. No. I have principles, so no. I would not vote for a center-left politician. Okay.
Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before, running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match.
Do you see what I mean? They got caught up in his specific example. The point was like that could have been any example. He said I am talking about running pro-life Democrats in Nebraska or whatever. But that could have been anything. That could have been like, I am talking about, you know, running a pro-fracking candidate in West Virginia, or I am talking about, you know, running like a pro-border hawk Democrat in a, you know, red district in Arizona. That was the point. And he, you know, I do want to go back and just listen to his language because you know, he's touching on something that I've been talking about, which is like, you can't tell me in one breath that you're alarmed at the things that the Republican Party are doing with power. And you certainly can't call them fascists. Use that particular word and then mean it in the most literal sense. Like, no, I think they're literal. You can't tell me that and then turn around and say, I'm uncomfortable voting for a, you know, like a Democrat that might have a couple conservative views in a red district in like fucking Georgia or Arizona. Like the urgency of the language that you use to describe the MAGA movement and Trump and the Republican Party doesn't match your unwillingness to stop purity testing into oblivion any politician that doesn't strictly adhere to your rigid and dogmatic ideology. That does not make sense. So, you know, you either don't actually think that these people are fascists, or I didn't even know I don't know how to explain the or. If you literally think these people are fascists, surely you would broaden your tent to include very unlikely people. That's like such a logical thing that many political parties throughout history have done. Why can't centrists come over to the left if it's just a better position? I don't understand the argument. Carter, do you know what you're saying? Do you understand what you're saying? Do you though? Because here's what you're saying. Why can't everybody else just like believe the things that we believe? What universe do you live on? Isn't it your job to convince people to come to your side? You want to skip the persuasion altogether. You just want to skip that. And instead you go to, well, you know, if like everybody believed what we believed, then everything would be fine. But that's not politics. You did say that though. That's literally what you said. Not literally, but you said, why can't centrists come to the left? It's just a better position. Because they're not leftists. Because they're centrists. That's why they don't believe the same things that you believe. Why should I compromise to them? Why should you, like, I think it's more on you to tell me, like, why would you rather help Republicans win? Why would you rather help Republicans win? You're compromising. Do you understand that you're compromising to Republicans by helping them win, right? You understand that, right? You don't question that. You should compromise with Democrats because they're more approximate to your goals, like way more approximate to your goals, like way more approximate to your goals. That's why you should do that. And you don't have the numbers to take over the Democratic Party. And so they have like, this is just, you know, go to any parliamentary system in the world, and this is how political coalitions work. Like the smaller, more lefty kind of coalitions, they form coalitions with like the bigger, kind of more centristy coalitions, and you know, there's usually some compromise. And also, go fuck yourself, bro. Like, no president in modern history compromised more with the left than Joe Biden. Okay, by a fucking mile. By a mile, Joe Biden compromised, made tons of concessions to the left, and it didn't fucking matter. You still purity tested him into oblivion, okay? Daz Vidani with $5. They think Democrats are more of an impediment to their objectives than MAGA. It's why Ryan Grimm can be friendly with Steve Bannon, birds of a feather. Too true. George with $5. Majority Report does call-ins every day. Why don't you take your issue up with them directly? If you don't do that, I have a list of more issues than even you address. You can always cite those issues in the chat. I mean, listen, I got a streaming schedule too, bro.
The seriousness of your politics to the seriousness of your alarm.
I'm sorry. You want to say that you're...
Did you hear what he said? That last part was so key.
Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people whose politics I otherwise share is the unwillingness to match
yes,
the seriousness of your politics
yes,
to the seriousness of your alarm.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Don't tell me that Donald Trump is a fascist that's going to throw people in camps and kill everybody, and then turn around and say that it was a bridge too far to ask you to support Kamala Harris in 2024. Fuck you. You're not being serious. What a massive contradiction. It makes no sense. It's totally incoherent. Fuck you, okay? You don't actually think they're fascists. This is all like abstract. You romanticize things like revolution and political violence, and you idolize people like Che Guevara and fucking Mao Zedong. But the consequences of a Trump administration, a second Trump administration, it's all just like very abstract in your minds. You're not actually thinking about the real consequences of it. All elite memes with $10. The real answer is these are privileged, insulated, terminally online people. They pretend to be affected by fascism, but if they actually had material conditions at stake, they wouldn't behave like this. I wouldn't necessarily assume that about everybody, but a good deal of them.
You want to say that you're building a coalition to support.
Your country started with a revolution, but those were serious people. That's the difference. That's the difference. The American revolutionary spirit was, the genesis of that was within a group of serious people who took revolution seriously. It was not abstract to them. There were direct, immediate, bloody consequences. They were risking, all of them, risking their own necks, because if they would have lost that Revolutionary War, all of them would have been like hung. You know, they were all risking their lives. And they were thoughtful. They were thoughtful about what they were doing. What do we want to establish in America that is different from being subjects to a monarchy? How do we want to make sure that we have a different kind of system? They were serious. This person, like, what is your plan to supplant the system? I just asked you this like 10 minutes ago. What is your plan?
People to support women, and you want to bring in and run people that hate women, basically, that don't want women to have control over their body.
You want to help them win, bro. That's your strategy. It's either mine or yours. There is no like spectrum here. You want to help Republicans win. The onus is on you to explain why it is better to have a Republican majority in the Senate and a Republican majority in the House and a Republican president. Why is that more preferable to expanding a majority with heterodox Democrats who might be like centrist or even center right? Like, how is that less preferable than Republicans winning? Which party, remind me? Which party are the ones that are trying to roll back reproductive rights? Which states? What states are expanding protections for reproductive health care? What party governs those states? Why is it not more on you to explain complicity with Republican victory? That's your position. You want to be complicit in Republican victory. And you're clutching your pearls when Ezra Klein talks about like running a pro-life candidate in like a red district. That makes you clutch your pearls, but not being complicit in Republican victory? How does this explain? I'm literally going to cry. George with $5, YouTube error. I'm saying you should, in a positive way, and that I have complaints that go even beyond yours with them. I'm not being negative at you. I don't go, like, listen, to be honest with you, I don't go out of my way to like, he's talking about debating Majority Report. I don't go out of my way to debate like people in that way. I'm not sure how productive that would be. I don't want to spend time calling in and, you know, getting a busy signal and I just don't want to do that. So
bodies. How can you say that that's any form of a coalition? How can you not understand that having people like that completely shatters your coalition and has
it created, like, I'm talking about unconventional coalitions, created the most dominant political movement basically in the country's history. I'm talking about FDR's coalition. FDR was able to radically transform the federal government permanently. This goes beyond like New Deal policies, you know, job creation, federal jobs creations, and investments in the arts and, you know, direct assistance to people that had been devastated by the Great Depression. Beyond that, the FDR administration was able to radically transform the federal government to allow for more social spending programs. That was because he built a coalition that is just kind of like impossible by today's standards.
Gotten us to where we are right now. It's gotten us to the point that Trump is in office, that things are worse for trans people, that we are being tormented on the street by fascists with guns. It's completely ridiculous. It's not about Hassan. It's not about trans people. It's that Hutch hates Hassan. He hates leftism, this fantastical version of it. And he cannot seem to think for 2 seconds that maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He doesn't understand queer history or the complexities of being trans. Oh my God, if you're unfamiliar with this, like, a great book to get into this.
Oh my God. They keep doing the meme. Oh my God. I'm not going to get into the details, but I know a really good book.
For anybody, including Hutch, if you somehow...
This isn't even live. You know what I mean? Like, I can kind of understand it if it's live and you're reluctant to do research like live on stream. This was a pre-recorded video. He could have taken just like 20 or 30 minutes to flesh out his point somewhat. If you asked me, like, what is his substantive refutation of the things that he's reacting to from me, I can't give you an answer. I have no idea why he thinks I'm wrong, because he just didn't bother to do any kind of like effort to expand on his point. Instead, he just like repeats, Hassan is right, he's wrong, he doesn't understand queer history, he should read more queer theory. Also, here's this great book. While also completely avoiding like the point that Ezra Klein was making, but okay.
Found this, like, Queer Then and Now, a great compilation of really important speeches from important activists, like incredibly good, accessible yet challenging stuff to make you understand this. Like, on the most basic level, yes, things would be better under Kamala, but
What? What? I just,
you know what? The Democrats still wouldn't be fucking doing anything to give us actual meaningful advancement.
Well, then why would it be better? If they're not going to do it, if you really think that the Democrats are not going to do literally anything to accomplish what he's calling meaningful advancement, then why would it be better? What would be better about it? YOLO Swag with $5. What's crazy is that FDR got support from black constituencies for his economic policies, even while he continued to cater to Southerners. Yeah, that's the point I made a little bit ago. Black civil rights leaders endorsed FDR after he went on the record opposing civil rights legislation and opposing anti-lynching legislation. Part of their reasoning was that Eleanor Roosevelt was such a vocal proponent of civil rights, and so they made compromises. I mean, that's a pretty intense compromise. Imagine being a black voter and voting for someone who opposed civil rights legislation. What does that tell you about their thinking? They took it seriously. They took long-term political projects seriously. Hold on, Hutch. Civil rights in the 40s? No. There had been a debate about civil rights legislation in the United States that predated the 1960s legislation by decades. I mean, that was an ongoing debate in this country in terms of should we do civil rights legislation for decades.
That is an incredibly hard...
They had skin in... Yes, exactly. They had skin in the game. They had so much more on the line back then than these people do now. So much more. It was about like basic rights, like the right to vote in a democracy. And they compromised and took electoral engagement that seriously that they were willing to support, not just like vote for, but like throw their support behind a president that opposed civil rights.
Thing for a lot of people to come to terms with, even some queer people. But everybody I know understands this. It sucks. It feels really bad to say, but unfortunately, that's just how it is. Hassan is right. And it is a hard thing to be able to understand.
It's even harder, respectfully, Crimes New Roman, when you don't bother to explain anything. That's what's making this difficult. I agree. It's difficult for me to understand the points that you're making because you're not actually getting into details on anything, while accusing me of being unnuanced and lazy and incurious. That's what's making this difficult. You're not explaining yourself at all. You're speaking in nothing but vague generalities that are kind of ridiculous on their face. Malik TomTom with 94 months. Hello, David De Gea. You don't look like him anymore, but I must stick with this joke 10 years on. I didn't look like him back then, by the way. I mean, David De Gea is insanely handsome. So people would say, you look like him. I was like, you might as well tell me I look like David Beckham. Okay. KB with 7 Canadian. Trump should play this leftist video in its entirety during the halftime of the Super Bowl. He would unironically lock up the next 3 elections. True.
But the fact that Hutch doesn't even take 2 seconds to think about it proves that his brain is just like so rigid in this warlike state that he can't even take 2 seconds to even do deeper research on how trans people feel about this. I can tell Hassan has read our shit.
Oh my God. Like, actually kill me in Minecraft. Like, actually just spare me from this. Whatever this is.
That is the correct thing to say. God, like, oh, like Hutch doesn't even seem to know the difference between the importance of a stimulus check versus a tax credit.
You could explain. Go for it. Tell me.
Problems are solvable if you stop implementing this as tax credits, though weirdly that's never on the table. It's not weird. It's because Americans are geared towards tax cuts. Americans and the
No, we're talking about tax credits, right?
Democrats are terrified of presenting anything as like spending money on Americans, and only can angle any sort of political movement in the direction of less taxes. That's it.
Doesn't it accomplish the same thing? Like if you give someone a $5,000 tax credit as opposed to like a $5,000 stimulus check, doesn't it accomplish the same thing? And if the optics of it are more like palatable for the median voter, then what's the issue? No, because a check is way better. But for example, like the child tax credits, those came in the form of checks, right? I feel like the child tax credit, like people,
they did. Families were getting monthly checks, like advanced rebates, hundreds of dollars per child during that first Biden year.
People were getting like literal checks that were like they were like an advance on the tax credit, right?
These online echo checks.
He doesn't even explain himself. Like he does this whole like fucking like he doesn't even know the difference between a tax credit and a stimulus. And he just does this like dismissive
thing to say. God, like, oh, like Hutch doesn't even seem to know the difference between the importance of a stimulus check versus a tax credit.
Educate me, bro. I'm here to learn, man.
Problems are solved. That's it.
Or like you have
debates that were like they were like an advance on the tax credit, right?
These online echo chambers, essentially.
And it just doesn't expand. All right, whatever. Benny Johnson, thank you so much for 7 months.
Turning all form of political engagement that you have online, whether you're actually talking to a person or reacting to something, as you turn it into a debate, even if you're debating.
Like a stimulus is a one-time payment, you know? Like it's a one-time payment. If I were to choose between a child tax credit that came in the form of like monthly checks, if I wanted to produce the best outcomes, I would go for the tax credits. The risk is obviously there if, you know, you send a parent, like you parents in this country, a one-time check for the amount of what you would have gotten over the cumulatively throughout the year with the tax credit, then the risk of them like spending that money too quickly obviously is there in a way that it's not with the tax credit. You're going to have more stable, positive results. Why does it have to be a stimulus check? Why is a one-time stimulus check like better? He doesn't even bother to explain himself here.
Something completely imaginary has ruined political discourse in a way that is so hard to describe. And like, I don't know what to do about it. Genuinely. Like I truly don't. Like, that's why so much of the content that I make on my main channel focuses on like trying to offer a level of education, trying to
if you're talking about targeted relief for like low income families, Raised by Chozo says if your income is so low that you pay less than 5K in taxes, then obviously a check would be better for you. That's a good point. I would have loved if he would have made that point. Thank you. I never thought of it that way. Actually, that's a good point. If we're doing targeted relief for like low income families, then sure, that sounds like that might not be better, right? He could have said that. He could have expanded on his point in any kind of way. Vishy, thank you so much for the gifted sub, buddy.
Offer a level of context and historical knowledge because
I think he didn't make the point because it's really, really obvious. Okay, buddy. Thin ice. I never claim to be especially intelligent. Let it be known. I have never tried to hide my cognitive limitations from you guys.
Because like debates don't change people's minds in the vast majority of the time. Like that's one thing that the book talked about that I really liked is it goes on to say that like debates are broadly useless. They're just for theater and reinforcing the views of the people who are doing the debates or cheering for either side. Like it is theater. Like that's what it is. That's what Hutch is doing. He is doing theater. If anybody wants to do legitimate political action, like this is not it. Like you can talk about politics in a meaningful way, but unless you're actually going out, you're doing stuff in your community, you are engaging in action, you are supporting people, like you are not doing politics. Voting is incredibly important, absolutely, but if you're not doing stuff for people and engaging in things and educating yourself, you are not doing politics. Like it's so
I've never called what I do on these streams like political activism. I've never ever claimed that, ever. And if you agree that voting is important, you should take my view that any lefty that pushes a anti-electoral strategy is doing harm. You should agree with me if you think that voting is important.
Complicated, and the world has made engaging in politics so unbelievably dense and hard, and this culture that we've made has amplified that to be so incredibly confusing and polarizing that like no fucking wonder Hutch exists as he does. And for the record, I don't think it's possible to sing Kumbaya with everybody around the campfire. I don't think we should. I think the act of drawing lines makes people very uncomfortable, like Hutch, but it is necessary. It is
I'm the one who was drawing lines in the clip that he put in the beginning of the video. Where I was saying we need to fucking ostracize Hassan Piker. I'm the one calling for lines here. Okay. Daz Vidani with $2. You do have a big theater energy. So he got you. Theater energy. I never did theater, to be honest with you. KB with 7 Canadian, I think already. No, did I get you? Why do these guys all have multiple channels? Just get your views up on one channel, dog. Classic leftist not understanding specialization. Couldn't tell you.
Necessary to keep some people out. Straight up 100%. Like,
I am, just to be clear, I am not asking to be a part of your movement. I'm flattered. I'm flattered that you find me such a threat that you feel it necessary to tell your audience that they should exclude me from their spaces. But I just want to be clear, I never asked. I don't want to be a part of your space. That would be a nightmare for me. I would rather have somebody poke me in the head continuously for an entire week than be forced to spend even a single day in your spaces. I would lose my mind. He's making the case that I shouldn't be allowed in their spaces. I am not asking to be a part of your fucking club, man. Sign me up for not being in the club.
Like, can you work on changing those people's minds? Abso-fucking-lutely. But there has to be a certain level of limitation in who you allow to be in your spaces. Because if things broaden to the degree where everybody is involved, then nobody is involved. There is no clear goals, and you devolve into what the Democratic Party has become, where...
Why is he... I did not ask to be a part of your club, man. Where is this even coming from? Fuck off. Keep your club away from me, you fucking crazy weirdos. Leave me out of it.
They are literally just a stepping stool for fascism to arise. I don't think Hutch is a bad person. I just think he is very much a victim of this incredible...
Oh my God. What did I say? I said, like, the opening clip that he chooses for me is me talking about how their whole narrative revolves around perpetual victimhood. Like, they just, like, that is what defines them. And even in his analysis of me, he can't get away from ascribing a victim label.
Toxic mentality that has poisoned so many minds on the internet. I think him growing up on the internet absolutely did not help things, and I
did not grow up on the internet. Again, I'm flattered that this person thinks I must be in my late 20s or early 30s. Maybe that's a sign of just how youthful and vigorous I appear on the outset. I grew up where, you know, back in my day, we would like go outside. There were no such thing as like GPS. You would sometimes just get lost driving. I didn't have cell phones, you know. The internet that I did have at home was like 24 kilobytes per second. It took 5 minutes to download a pixelated nude picture of Pamela Anderson, okay? That's the internet that I grew up with.
I think that seeing him basically spend his entire time digging his heels into a reality that just straight up does not exist due to the state that we live in now is just like, it's just like really unfortunate to watch, because he has all these good intentions, but he has genuinely no idea what he's talking about.
Oh my God.
And it really fucking sucks to see somebody who could be working on themselves and doing good.
Who buys this disingenuous bullshit? Like, is he kidding himself here? Is he literally looking at my content and thinking to himself, oh man, it really sucks because he has so much potential? Like, is he really thinking that? What is this disingenuous nonsense? Just treat me with contempt if that's how you feel. Don't play this game where you pretend like you're concerned about me. or you see some kind of unrealized potential in me. What is this game you're playing? Who buys this?
And using this big platform that they had and taking this risk to become somebody more focused on the real issues of our time, using that platform to endlessly talk about and try to reify the exact same things that got us into this place to begin with, while
I'd love. Can you get into details on that? Can we?
Engaging in rhetorical tactics and content structures that are detrimental to the future of political engagement and getting people to realize that we need something else. I do not know if there is a way out of this. I genuinely don't think there is. I think the only thing you can do is work to continually read and understand the world.
Why? What's the point? Literally, what's the point? It's so funny. He's like, he spends, you know, a few sentences there telling me, you know, saying that I'm basically making the world worse and my worldview is destructive and I'm using my platform in irresponsible ways and I'm doing real damage, ... But also it's totally fucking hopeless. And I don't think it's going to change. Probably going to get worse. Which is why it's important for you to read and expand your understanding of what? History? Why? What's the point? If it's going to get worse, what's the point? If we are just going to, like, if this slide into fascism is intractable and we're just on this path and there's no getting off, like, fucking go out there and be hedonistic and just do whatever the fuck, man. Because if that's the case, then who cares? Why the fuck would anybody read up on queer theory if the things are just destined to just like devolve into a fascist authoritarian dystopian nightmare? What the fuck is the point? I'm destructive, but then this guy says, I don't think we can fix this. I don't think it's going to get better. That's destructive, in my opinion.
Read good books like the book that I recommended and talked about earlier.
Why?
And really engage in your communities, because engaging in things and meeting people and interacting is how you learn and have your minds changed. It's how you evolve your opinion. It's how.
That's why you should not even have conversations with people like Hutch. No. The way you learn in this life and expand your knowledge in this world is by meeting people and having conversations. Also, don't have conversations with people like Hutch. Okay.
I grew up. It's how Hutch should be engaging in things instead of continually building up his echo chamber and.
What? Hello? You just told people to not talk to people like me. You are the one that is like explicitly advocating for a policy of just like strict echo chambers here. I'm not the one doing that.
Violently attacking Hassan and leftists for.
Violently? Did he just say violently?
In things instead of continually building up his echo chamber and violently attacking Hassan and leftists.
I guess we'll chalk that up to hyperbole. I think words have meanings. That's a bit odd to use that word. Daz Vidani with $5. You can replace this guy's words with blah, blah, blahs and have it be just as substantive. There's no real supporting arguments here. Like, did they make even a single supporting argument throughout this whole video, guys? We're almost done with this video. I'm kind of blacked out, so I don't really remember like everything because I'm just kind of boiling with quiet rage, not so quiet rage. Did they make a single supporting argument throughout the entire video? Like even something kind of just like vague, you know, like anything. I don't think he did. Pretty sure that not a single time in this video. Am I caught up on those yet?
For literally no good reason at all. There are good reasons, absolutely, to criticize people like them, but like these aren't one of them. I know at the very least, you, dear viewer, can think about how you engage with stuff and how you want to engage with stuff, and hopefully realize that doing what Hutch is doing only serves to make you feel like the specialist, goodest boy in your opinions. And you deserve.
I don't know if I've ever seen so much projection concentrated in one video in my life. And I see a lot of projection like all the time. There's so much projection in this fucking video. It's remarkable.
You deserve better than that. You deserve to have meaningful criticism. You deserve to think about what you do, how you think, how you live your life, what kinds of interactions you have with people, and understand that doing something like this isn't healthy and meaningful. It's not bringing change. It's not making you happier.
You just said that it's not going to get better. So what the fuck is the point of doing change? You just said you can't change the fucking destructiveness of what's happening. So what is the point of trying to do better? How does that make any sense?
It's not moving the dial in any meaningful way. So please.
Who cares? Nobody's moving the dial. You don't even think you're moving the dial, according to yourself.
Please, I beg of you, don't engage in politics like Hutch. It is not good. It is not productive. It is only there for content farming and making you feel like you're a special, cool little guy who has for sure all the right opinions that definitely don't get their shit kicked around by just opening the news for 2 seconds. Anyways.
Did you do that even once in this video? You had so many opportunities to just, I guess, read me the news to refute a single thing that I said. I think, you know what? I don't even need to say it.
That's been me, John Politics. You're in the politics zone. Thank you for coming. Fuck ICE. Minneapolis is the best city in the country right now.
Okay. I pre-watched that video and it still just like spiked my blood pressure. That was fucking infuriating. I don't understand. Do these people hear themselves? All you had to do was just like at least like once throughout the entire video get into any kind of detail about why you think anything that I said was wrong. This is just to me like textbook tribalism. Fucking what was that phrase that what is it called again? The illusory truth. The illusory truth effect. Like, I'm so fixated on this concept now because I'm just like much like the Green Lantern theory of politics. I just see it everywhere I look now in those spaces of the internet. These people arrive at conclusions regarding anything really by hearing like over and over again. They'll just say these things, and the thing that I'm thinking of the most is like the idea that, well, the Democrats, trans people wouldn't be any better off if Democrats win elections versus Republicans. They hear that repeated so often, and they hear it repeated by people that they regard as intelligent, people they respect for their intellect and analysis. They hear those people say that stuff, and they don't get curious, their instinct is to not be like, that seems like kind of a big thing to say. I wonder if I could actually look into what the various states are doing and like what Biden did and what Trump has did and what Kamala said she would do. Like they don't think that, they just hear people like Hassan say, well, it wouldn't be much better if a Democrat was in there. And because they respect him and they view him as a thought leader, it becomes this conventional wisdom in their circles. And you can see him at so many different points throughout this video. His explanation of why I'm wrong on a thing is just him literally just like, hold on, literally just like rolling his eyes and being like, can you believe this guy? Like, that's it. And that's the end of it. That's the extent of it. That's it. Because they assume that the thing is correct and they don't fucking bother to look into it at all. And he's the guy that's telling me like he's all read up on queer theory and queer history and just, but you didn't bother to look at like the legislative track record? You can understand queer theory, but you can't do a fucking Wikipedia search? Or a fucking Google search? Or Copilot? Sure. It's fucking ridiculous. All right, guys. The great American pastime. I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl. Who's playing this year? I don't even know. I think the Seahawks are playing, and I think it's in Santa Clara. I remember seeing it's the Seahawks versus Hoomst. The fucking Patriots again. How many fucking times are the Patriots gonna go to the Super Bowl? Every year that I tune in, it's the fucking Patriots. Jesus Christ. We need some new material. I don't pay any attention to football. Tom Brady. Wait, hold on. Is Tom Brady, did he retire again? He retired again, right? Is it really Tom Brady again? Wait, don't fuck with me. Who's the QB for the Patriots? He did retire? Okay, all right. What time does it start? Does it start soon? Is it like 3:30 or did it already start? God damn, I timed that fucking perfectly. Are you kidding me? I didn't even try to do that. I fucking actually timed that perfectly. You're welcome. Fucking entertained you guys for a solid 5 hours there. 5 hours and 17 minutes and boom, bing, bong, boom. Now you get the Super Bowl. All right, I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate you guys supporting me through that really difficult reaction. That was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen in my life. I am so angry and frustrated right now. We need to get that guy on Live and Learn. I would really love to have a conversation with him, even though he says he will never speak to me, I guess. Maybe we do a financial incentive. I don't know. Can shout him out on my social media. I mean, that's basically currency. Can pay him an exposure. I'll game it out. I'll think about it. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow at the regular time. Tomorrow is going to be a fun Live and Learn episode, guys, because it's going to be Vadim and Ogre Boy are the guests on tomorrow's Live and Learn. That potentially could be like a top 5 episode of Live and Learn. The tag team of Vadim and Ogre Boy. I will be going live earlier. Yeah, we'll do a long stream. I needed to take like I needed a little bit of time last week to not stream, but we'll start tomorrow in the AM. We'll go straight through the podcast. Yeah, and I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye. Michael, Hutch, the Super Bowl kickoff in 15 minutes, and we reverse the halftime mitosis. Go watch and have a beer on me. I do have a non-alcoholic Guinness in the fridge. We'll crack one of those open. Maybe I'll go down the street and buy non-alcoholic IPAs. Those are pretty good. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.